Good morning, everyone. My name is City Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty, Chair of the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice. Today is Friday, September 29th, and we are here today in the Ionella Chamber for a hearing on public safety grants to be administered by the Boston Police Department. This hearing is being recorded and is being live streamed at www.boston.gov/city-council-tv and on Xfinity 8, RCN 82, FiOS 964. It will also be rebroadcast at a later date. Specifically, the committee will be hearing the following dockets that I will now read into the record. Docket 1376, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $1 million in the form of a grant, securing the city's continuation grant awarded by the United States Department of Homeland Security to be administered by the Boston Police Department. This grant will fund continued enhancement for regional capabilities to detect, identify, report, and interdict nuclear and other radioactive materials out of regulatory control and provide regional training and exercise opportunities necessary to enhance capabilities. That was referred to the committee on August the 30th, 2023. Docket 1476, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $850,000 in the form of a grant for the fiscal year 20 Boston Regional Intelligence Center Earmark awarded to Mass Executive Office of Public Safety and Security to be administered by the Boston Police Department. The grant will fund upgrading, expanding, integrating technology and protocols related to anti-terrorism, anti-crime, anti-gang, and emergency response, referred to the committee on September 20th, 2023. Docket 1477, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $850,000 in the form of a grant for fiscal year 21 Boston Regional Intelligence Center Earmark awarded by the Mass Executive Office of Public Safety and Security to be administered by the Police Department. The grant will fund upgrading, expanding, and integrating technology and protocols related to anti-terrorism, anti-crime, anti-gang, and emergency response, referred to the committee on September 20th, 2023. Docket 1478, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend a grant in the amount of $850,000 for the fiscal year 2022 Boston Regional Intelligence Center Earmark awarded by the Mass Executive Office of Public Safety and Security to be administered by the Boston Police Department. The grant will fund upgrading, expanding, and integrating technology and protocols related to anti-terrorism, anti-crime, anti-gang, and emergency response, referred to the committee on September 20th, 2023. Docket 1479, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $850,000 in the form of a grant for fiscal year 23 Boston Regional Intelligence Center Earmark awarded by Mass Executive Office of Public Safety and Security to be administered by the Boston Police Department. The grant will fund upgrading, expanding, and integrating technology and protocols related to anti-terrorism, anti-crime, anti-gang, and emergency response, referred to the committee on September 20, 2023. All matters sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu. The administration sponsored dockets. If just before we get into it, if the members of the public here would like to provide public testimony, they can do so by signing the sign-in sheet located to my left as you come in the door. And please make sure that it's legible so that I can call it out and introduce yourselves and any affiliations for the record before you're offering testimony. Members may also provide written testimony to the committee that will be made part of the public record and shared with the councilors. They can email Christine O'Donnell, that's CHRISTINE .O'Donnell, ODONNELL, at boston.gov to submit testimony. Members of the public can also email the committee at ccc.ps@boston.gov to provide written testimony. Today with us, I'm joined by my colleagues in order of their arrival: City Council President Ed Flynn, City Council at Large Ruth C. Louisiane, City Council at Large Aaron Murphy, City Council at Large Julia Mejia, and City Councilor Gigi Coletta. I know that others will be joining as well. And we are also fortunate to have our police commission here on part of the panel. Police Commissioner Cox, we have Deputy Superintendent Cahill, Deputy Superintendent Cruz. We have Anthony Rizzo, who will be here for one grant, which is the $1 million grant that we read as docket 1376, and Ryan Walsh, Director of Boston Regional Intelligence Center. And I know that we're also been joined by City Councilor Liz Braden. And I appreciate Commissioner Cox being here. We had you here yesterday for, I think, over 5 hours. You were jammed up this morning, showing respect to this body by being here, allowing, as the chair, I'll allow you to open up on behalf of the committee. If any of my colleagues have any immediate questions of you, and then, as agreed, I will allow you to be excused, and the remaining team will be here. And again, I appreciate the deference and the respect that you've shown the Boston City Council by being here after having spent 5 hours. You have many things on your plate, extremely busy. This is an important issue. I know that you understand the significance of it, but to have you here, I appreciate it as the chair. The council appreciates it, but also I'll show the same respect. And after openings and after my colleagues can have any of questions they have for you, and then I'll excuse you from the panel. We've also going to be joined by your Chief of Staff, Nicole Taub, who will be able to take any additional questions back to you and to your desk. So with that, we've also, we haven't been joined by anyone else. So but with that, I'm going to turn it right over to the Commissioner, introduce these matters, your team, throw it up for quick questions, and then you'll be excused.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, and Chairman Flaherty and members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in today's in support of the funding award from the Executive Office of Public Safety, Security and Fiscal Year Grant for the years 2020 through 2023 in the amount of about $3.4 million, and to discuss our plans to utilize the funds to support the Boston Regional Intelligence Center. First, I'd like to introduce who's our team with me here today from the BRIC. Is Superintendent Louis Cruz, Deputy Superintendent Jerry Cahill, and Acting Director Ryan Walsh. They're able to answer your questions and anticipate the funds that I don't cover in my remarks today here. You know, Boston is a very safe city in comparison to a lot of other cities in the city, in the state, I mean the United States, but I want people to know that that's not by accident. And the BRIC plays a significant role in preventing and reducing crime and violence, as well as helping us investigate and solve crimes. The BRIC provides commanders with real-time synthesized intelligence and analysts to inform strategic decision-making, the deployment of our resources, to focus individuals and groups that are driving on the crime and violence in our city, while also, focusing and highlighting the locations of concern. Additional funding in the form of civilian analysts will increase the capacity and impact of the BRIC to further enhance public safety in our neighborhoods. This funding has been written into the state's annual fiscal year budget since 2016 and has been used to support the operations of the BRIC. According to budget legislation, the funds are provided in part to upgrade and expand and integrate technology protocols related to anti-terrorism, anti-crime, anti-gang, and emergency response. With that in mind, the funding allocations received between 2016 and 2019 were used to procure and develop information technology infrastructure that substantially modernized and increased efficiencies of BRIC data analyst capabilities, while also protecting privacies and civil liberties and civil rights. Beginning in 2020, with EOP's approval, we plan to apply the 2020 and future funding allocations towards civilian personnel to augment several gaps in the BRIC's analytical operation. Ultimately, our goal is to hire and sustain 8 new civilian personnel for at least 5 years with the current allocated funds. This would include 4 additional analysts in the BRIC's Real-Time Crime Center, 2 analysts to serve as a liaison analysts with the Massachusetts State Police, Transit Police, and Massport Police, and 2 crime analysts to specifically support my community CompStat initiative. With this funding, we'll be able to sustain these positions for at least 5 years. Additionally, a small portion of the funding would support related computer equipment and data system integrated analysis purposes. The addition of these 4 positions will bring staffing to the Real Crime Center up to and to allow for additional coverage. Historically, the Metro Boston has been ranked 15th highest UASC regions as far as threat assessment. The UASC 2023 Boston risk ranking increased from 12 to 11. It's critical that we have a fully staffed real-time crime center to prepare for and respond to potential terrorist acts in addition to crimes in progress such as mass shootings. Due to the current staffing limitations, both shifts on Friday and Saturday and Sunday and Monday are currently covered by 1 analyst per shift. Further, the department does not currently have a dedicated real-time crime center supervisor, which would be funded through this award. Through the Real-Time Crime Center, staff are able to send real-time information to officers in the field, providing them with the necessary data to make timely and informed judgments on the scene in the aftermath or during an ongoing incident. These capabilities are integral to our daily operations, and additional staffing will better enable us to utilize this important resource especially during large-scale events occurring throughout the city. Additionally, these funds would support 2 liaison analysts, which will provide the opportunity for greater collaboration with key partners operating within the city, specifically in the areas where the department doesn't have jurisdiction. This will allow the department to better analyze, understand, and positively impact crime and quality of life issues in areas under the direction of our public safety partners, including the Mass State Police, the Transit Police, and the Massport Police. Community CommStat is a new tool which will support ongoing efforts to build trust within the neighborhoods of Boston throughout Boston through community engagement, data and information transparency, increased partnership collaborations, and problem-solving efforts. This forum will also allow us to educate and share information with the public on crime trends and techniques to stay safe in their neighborhoods and to receive feedback from those in attendance. The goal of Community CommStat is to take the same sense of empowerment and problem-solving from our internal CommStat meetings into the community. Rather than incorporating CommStat in existing ongoing community meetings, which tend to focus on a variety of issues, the plan is to implement Community CommStat at the neighborhood level to address unique issues facing specific community problems. Dedicated analysts are essential to this initiative, that we're able to provide the neighborhood level analysts while directly engaging with residents in problem-solving efforts unique to each neighborhood and district based on that data. To date, we've piloted this program in 3 neighborhoods, Mattapan, Dorchester, and JP. In collecting feedback from those communities, members in attendance, one common theme is heard: when is our next community CommStat? And the ability to hire additional staff through the funding is an essential component to meeting the demand citywide for this initiative. The overwhelming support for this program can also be found in multiple letters of support provided to the council prior to this hearing. The BRIC analytical operation has been the cornerstone of several data-driven strategies implemented throughout the city that have been geared towards improving community safety and security. The BRIC analysts support intergovernmental efforts such as the diversion of at-promise or at-risk youth and adults with violent activities, including most recently the city's violent reduction strategies led by Senior Advisor for Community Safety, Isaac Diablo, in informing the provisions and services of the efforts of Mass and Cass and Lena Cass area, providing analysts related to vehicle, bicycle, pedestrian collisions that inform the city's Vision Zero strategy, and related traffic safety and transportation infrastructure improvements. Transparency initiatives such as the development of public-facing crime analysts and policing-related data dashboards, and analysts and intelligence sharing initiatives to inform at-risk communities of threats from extremists, recognizing potential threats and appropriate security precautions. The analysts provided by the BRIC the analysis, provided by the BRIC and analysts are critical to our data-driven community policing model, and ensures that the resources are focused most strategically and effectively in the interest of public safety, while at the same time protecting privacy, civil rights, civil liberties to all. Ultimately, increasing the BRIC's personnel will enhance our analytical capabilities and provide countless benefits citywide throughout our ability to support a diverse range of data-driven strategies related to analytical needs. The funds presented are an incredible opportunity for the Boston Police Department. Put simply, it makes us a better police department and enhances the city's safety. I look forward to discussing this request with you and answering any questions you might have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thanks for introducing the Dockets and your team. We've also been joined by my colleague, City Councilor Frank Baker, and my colleague, City Councilor Ricardo Arroyo. For those that had arrived late, Commissioner, obviously showing this body respect in being here promptly, has crazy busy schedule. He was here 5 hours yesterday, so as a courtesy back to him, if any of my colleagues have any immediate questions of the Commissioner that need to be answered now, you may do so by signaling your light. Otherwise, I'm going to be releasing the Commissioner as the chair, but his team will be here to dive into the weeds, into the details of these 4 dockets. So if anyone has any questions now of our Police Commissioner, may do so now. If you hold your peace, Chair recognizes City Councilor Ricardo Arroyo.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I know you were here long hours yesterday, so thank you for that as well. Question that I just assume because you're the commissioner, it's better to ask you. But if it's better answered by somebody else, you can toss it to them and then head out. May of this year, Attorney General Campbell announced an investigation into the gang unit and the gang database, U-Strike Task Force specifically. Do we have any update on where that is as it stands today? I know it was announced in May of this year. It's now been, I think, about 6 months.
I believe that that's been like ongoing in general. I don't know if it was a new initiative, but the fact is that you would have to speak to the Attorney General.
Yeah, the only reason I figured you'd be the right person to speak to is because I believe the statement either came from you directly or the Boston Police Department about continuing to work with her throughout that investigation. So I was trying to see if there had been any updates since that had started.
No, we've worked with them since I think before I even came.
But there's been no.
No, there's been.
That's all I had. I thought you were the best person to ask for that. Thank you.
Looks like I wasn't, but thank you.
No, you still were. You still were. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Chair
Thank you.
recognizes City Council Gigi Coletta.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your time yesterday. I know it was a marathon meeting. I do think this is better asked of you rather than your colleagues, but I do have questions for you as well, so thank you again for being here. It's two questions, and they're related. So has any division of the Boston Police Department ever been subject to a public audit?
What do you mean public audit?
So has the police department, any divisions, gone under any sort of audit by a third-party investigator?
So we do, have an audit and review section, and we do go through that. I think the U.S. Attorney's Office, if there's some type of, certainly they believe some kind of crime is involved, that they do come through and go through our records. If that's the case, there's public FOIAs that happen all the time, which basically we have to give up information or give over information regarding, what we do, where there's certainly public scrutiny around that. So our crime, so you asked, I'm just going through my head here. So our crime lab is accredited, so that absolutely gets audited every couple of years to keep its accreditation. And that's something our whole department is looking to hopefully do here in the future. I am sure that there are probably other parts of the department that actually do get audited, for some reason, but I can't, right now, that's all that's coming to my head. But, we can get back to you with that information.
Thank you, that would be great. And I think my second question, teeing up to that, has the BRIC ever been subject to an audit or called upon to demonstrate its effectiveness?
Define effectiveness.
I would look to you to define what effective is of the regional intelligence.
So I would say this, the BRIC is very much a part of our crime strategy, and I would say we're one of the safest police departments in America, period. And our crime rates tend to be going lower and lower, so I would say that we are highly, highly effective. And so if that's the measure, I would say that we certainly meet that metric.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Chair recognizes City Councilor Julie Mejia.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner. I really do appreciate. We've gotten to know each other really well over the last 24 hours, and I'm so glad that you are back. I really do appreciate your time, and excited to see my good friend Colon in this position. I'm really excited. Cruz, ay Dios mío. Colon was here yesterday. Oh my God, they're all beginning to look alike to me. No. All jokes aside, really want to ground ourselves in the reason why we're here today, Commissioner. And I'm just curious, we hear a lot from community around the fact that there's a lot of unsolved homicides and people don't feel like, they're being heard. And I'm just curious, because crime is down, I'm just curious from your perspective, why the urgency in this moment right now to secure this funding? What is happening that we don't know about that you may want to let us know about so that we can prepare ourselves for whatever's coming down the pipeline?
So I don't know if it's an urgency now. I think these funds have been allocated over the time, and the state keeps providing it because they understand the need and purpose of what we do to help keep not only Boston safe but the region safe. So I think the urgency from their point is to make sure that they support us, because certainly I think it's recognized the good work that they do. From another crime point of view is that, crime and criminals, and they develop, they grow, they change, and so we're always behind in some way, and so we're just trying to keep up to a certain level to what crime is doing in general. We're trying to support certainly the people that live here, but also trying to make sure that we have the tools to deal with crime. When homicides happen, when there's shootings that happen, at least from my perspective, I hear from the public all the time, they want to know why we don't solve it quicker, have more tools, have more things to actually, capture the person who perpetrates it very quickly. And this is part of that. And then there's another piece here that we're doing now that we didn't do before, is this community ComStat. That's an initiative that I brought forward with, going around and actually trying to empower all neighborhoods with these meetings and giving them an analyst from the BRIC to actually do breakdowns of crime and things of that nature, and educate them on what's going on in their neighborhood, so they're empowered, so people aren't influenced by uneducated statements and comments. They actually have some education themselves, so they can get a better grip on what's going on in their neighborhoods, and they can hold us accountable because they're better educated in general. So this is a big initiative that I've brought forward, and we need people for that. And this is a grant-funded opportunity to actually bring it forward. And so hopefully, I'm hoping that you all will allow that.
And I appreciate that, especially because those who follow me need to be educated and have a well-rounded sense of what is at play. So I really do appreciate you breaking that down for those who are following. So my just follow-up question, because if anyone knows me, they know I'm always going to ask questions around diversity and who is in positions of power and leadership, right? And so I'm glad to see the transition. But can you just break down a little bit more for us in terms of the racial background and the department in BRIC in particular? Like, I would like to know race, gender, just so that we can have an understanding, because this is a trust-building exercise, and people really need to feel like Black and brown people are not going to be racially profiled. And so what are you doing right now to put people at ease, or to help people understand that this is not going to be another tool used to criminalize Black and brown people?
So, so it's about, facts and data, and that's all it's keeping. It's not a tool to criminalize it. Actually, to be quite honest with you, it's actually so we can help keep the whole city safe, particularly the areas that's usually impacted by crime and fear of crime. And then that's why I think that community comms that I made mention is so important, because you're actually getting analysis from the BRIC, and you're actually educating people. If they come to those meetings weekly, they will truly understand what's going on in their neighborhood, so they can hold us accountable about, hey, why don't you have an officer over here because the trends are saying this. I mean, that's what we want. We want the public to be educated. So
do you have a line item? Sorry, because I know my colleagues are lined up for questions, and we don't have you for a long time. So I'm just curious, do you have a breakdown of your staffing?
So I guess your original question, you asked me about the diversity of the department, and so our command staff is almost 60% diverse.
Part-time and full-time? Do you have like some numbers around? I would like to know part-time, full-time, sworn in law enforcement, civilians, kind of like, I want to be able to understand the depth of your staffing capacity.
So, I don't have all those numbers with me today, and so I'm going by memory, which could clearly be mistaken. So I will get you actually all our numbers, and I believe we even posted on our website. But certainly our command staff is approaching almost 60%. People of color or minority status in some way, shape, or form. It's the most diverse probably in the history of the police department, counting from myself down. And as far as the other levels of it, our biggest issue right now is recruitment, trying to make sure that we recruit officers to do this honorable work called in policing. And we certainly want our police department to look like the community we serve. And so we're always, actually trying to get people from the city, particularly people of color in the city, to want to take this job. And so, this is a struggle for us right now in general, but we I happily, enlist your support to help us, find folks to want to come on this job.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. I want to be
Councilor.
mindful that you have to handle other business, and I have other colleagues who are lined up, but I just wanted to thank you for your time here. I've been saying this especially this last year. I've learned a lot about what works and what doesn't work, and what does not work is us showing up in spaces where we're consistently at opposite ends, because at the end of the day, everybody here, all 13 city councilors, have to remain focused on making sure that it's the people, not political interests or political ideologies that keep us separated. So this is an invitation to continue to work in collaboration with the council to ensure that that we meet this moment in a way that no one feels left behind. And I think that that is the political climate right now. And I think, Commissioner, you're well positioned based on your experience here in the city of Boston, knowing how racially charged the city could be, that you're going to utilize your leadership, right, to really help people understand that we're in a new day, correct?
Well, I think so. Every day is a new day for me, and I'm happy to open my eyes each morning. But I appreciate what you're saying, and we're here to work with everybody. I lead an organization that works with all races, all people, all ethnicities, and I hopefully I'm reflective of that. So I appreciate the opportunity to work with everyone here. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilor. Chair recognizes the City Council Ruth C. Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Yesterday was a marathon, I know for you. For me, it was my first 8-hour hearing, but I appreciate you being back here. And one of the things that I appreciate about you and the framework that you offer when you're talking about policing and the work that you do is that you're responsive not just to crime, but to fear of crime. And I think the latter is really hard. I think there's work probably for us to do there to really unpack citywide why the fear of crime exists in places where actually there's not a lot of criminal activity, because I think the fear of crime can be used as a reason to increase policing when it's not necessary. And so I think there's more work to do there. I just wanted to, I'm a first-term city councilor for the entire city. And so I look at what's happened in the past and what my predecessors have done. I look at now Attorney General Andrea Campbell, who was previously a city councilor, who on occasion after occasion after occasion sought information from BRIC to hold it more accountable and to hold it more transparent. And at every iteration and at every step, it looked as though, and she was the chair of the committee that we are currently holding this hearing on, and she never was able to get the information that she wanted, and it often seemed as though it was the BRIC does what the BRIC wants, without that accountability. So as you were just responding to the prior question, it was one about BPD, and I believe that part of this exercise, both today and yesterday when we were talking about policing, when yesterday was on Mass and Cass, is about where are we in terms of trust and believing that, even where there was ruptured relationships in the past, that we can trust you to do what's right? Whether that's the BPD or here we're talking about the BRIC. And yesterday it was specifically about Mass and Cass, and do we have enough trust to believe that this ordinance would be implemented in a way that would give us assurances that you wouldn't be violating people's rights? Here with the BRIC, I'm concerned because there was never ever a response that was sufficient for the majority of this council, for now Attorney General Andrea Campbell, about how the BRIC was going about its business in a way that in practice was discriminating against Black and brown people, especially Black and brown folks of color, Muslims, our immigrant communities. And there's a Supreme Judicial Court, judges in 2019, who found that the use of the gang database in the BRIC was not reliable for expert testimony, and too often for our young Black and brown folks in this city, it was just guilt by association. You're walking down the street, you're giving DAP to somebody who we believe is gang affiliated, and then still no change after that in 2019. You get a court decision in 2022 from a panel of judges on the federal level here that say that the gang database and its erratic point system is discriminatory against an immigrant here, Latino immigrant. And we have not seen, and that was just last year. And so the trust that you're asking of us within a year of a recent court decision, I don't see evidence, and I don't see that you've presented, and not you as an individual, as a commissioner, but I look towards BRIC, presented information to give me the sense that we have reason to trust that the implementation of the operations of BRIC isn't one that is rooted in discriminating against our young folks. And so I am asking you if you can provide us either with the reasons why now, after we have 2 court decisions, after we have someone who was the chair of this committee and who is now the Attorney General, and who often prodded BRIC for more information, for why people in her district, predominantly now Councilor Rao's district, the poorest and the highest concentration of Black and brown folks in this city, why BRIC was discriminating against residents of her district. And I can't say that as a first-term city councilor that I feel like I have all the information I need to say the way that BRIC operates, the way, even when you get information that is either preventative or can be helpful, that it does more good than harm, and that it assuages our communities, and especially our communities of color, that you are out in our communities for the purposes of good and not for the purposes of stigmatization or discrimination. And for me, that is my biggest concern. And so I know you haven't been commissioner that long, but and I don't know how deeply you've been involved in the BRIC, which often lacks accountability because so much of its funding comes from federal sources. What you can tell us about the work the BRIC has done to really address these issues.
Wow, so that's a very deep question, and some of it it would take me some research. I have to go back because I don't know some of the cases you made reference to, but the trust point of what you said is really important. Mostly what the BRIC does is if we weren't in policing, if we were in a corporation, we keep data of numbers. It's really about numbers and people who are involved in our system in some way, shape, or form. And the issue is what you do with it, right? And the reality is that we're using really the data and things that we collect to put officers in the right place, to hopefully maybe have cameras in the right place, to make sure that the public are educated on what's going on. This is how at least my version of what the BRIC is centered about doing, and making sure that both the public understands what's going on, that we are in the right place at the right time, and that we're informing the public in a transparent way on safety, like how to stay safe, bad groups that might be coming in or might want to put harm on you, or actually hate crimes, and addressing things around that. Discrimination, because you made reference to that. I don't know how, and this is, excuse my ignorance on this, I don't know how they discriminate in the sense that we're not giving out jobs, or we're not discriminating, like saying you can't come or you can go. It's really
in like the legal sense, which the court has found the game database to be discriminatory against people of color, in the very sense of how the game database operates.
Right.
That discrimination and implementation and action, right. The same way that.
And so, maybe at a little point, maybe
discriminatory. Yeah.
Well, stop and frisk is something totally different.
I know, but I know that it
existed long before the BRIC was.
I understand that, but like in the way that people are just discrimination can happen in many forms, and I was just offering that not as a comparison, but as a form of discrimination.
And this is a very thoughtful question and a hard question in a sense, because it goes far deeper than that. So if you keep data on people who do certain things and they all live in a certain place, or they all whatever, is that discriminatory, or is that factual about the data that you're keeping? And the fact is, reporting out on data, we shouldn't be afraid to report out on data. It's what you're using that data for and how you're using it, and are you using it to discriminate, like to keep someone from getting a job, or are you doing it to to throw people wrongly in jail, not associated with the crime that they committed. Right? And we're not doing that in any way. It's a depository.
Or to label someone as gang affiliated, right? Like that is the discrimination that exists. I think that's what the court found in the Ortiz case. That was,
I would say this.
Affiliated with MS-13 by virtue of the fact that he, says hi to someone or goes to East Boston High School where there's a number of, that's discriminatory.
I will say this: the name of the database is the worst thing in the world. I'm not a fan of that thing, the name, but it is a very insightful question. I do know this, that the work that they do is not about vilifying, people of color. It's really about identifying, particularly more so, now since I've certainly been here, identifying the people who are driving the crime, violent crime in our city, and keeping track of that information. It doesn't matter what organization you go into, everyone keeps data. They should keep data because you can learn from your data. And only thing that we're trying to do around the data is actually make sure that we're informed from it so we can be in the right place to prevent something from happening, or to actually, have a good idea around, the folks that might be, driving this stuff. Because that's really all what it's here for. We're not, here to do anything else. We're not to discriminate, prevent them from going to school, prevent them from doing jobs. That's not our role. That's not our job. Back to when I talk about the community CompStat, and the reason why it's so important is because the BRIC providing, in these neighborhoods, the same information, data to people to inform them actually will help build trust for them to understand what the BRIC is and does around that. I mean, because they do so many things. There's so many high-profile cases that we saw from the data, and being able to have, connections and intelligence, that keep the people safe. All the incidents, the threats to Children's Hospital, we were very much a part of that, and making sure that, the people who were doing that were, kind of brought to justice. The level of hate groups that are out there, there's more now than ever before, trying to keep track of all those people so we can come back and report out to people who live here, who they should be afraid of, what's going on. I mean, this is a source of why the data is so important, so we can push this stuff out. Occasionally, can there be a mistake in any organization? Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. And when it happens, we should do everything we can to make sure it doesn't happen again, right, and fix it. But the fact is that, since I've been here, I can't even think of anything negative that they've ever done. As a matter of fact, it's so positive and so whatever that I'm dumbfounded almost sometimes, like, why does everybody, because I haven't been here. I went away for 3 years. I come back and I'm like, why is the BRIC, not so well received for all of the work that they're doing? And they're so central to what we do in general, as far as the police department. Maybe it's the title, but they are central to how we deploy people, how we put officers out there. How do we go about trying to keep the people safe? They're the center at almost everything that we do. So you asked a very tough question, and it would take a long time and actually some research and whatever, but hopefully I've gone a little ways to try to answer something.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, if I may, just quick response is that, I believe everything should be data-driven. Mm-hmm. We can't do policy, we can't know where the problems are for now, but sometimes the data is bad data, and the data is bad data because it's over-identifying young people and young people of color. And I'm not saying this, it's not something I've invented, I'm not this is not independent intelligence, this is relying on what past courts have said, what my past colleagues have found. And so that's why I bring that up. So I agree with you that data is important and everything should be data driven. I don't see yet a reason to trust the data that the BRIC is collecting. And then I'll just say that I do appreciate that you brought up hate crimes, because I remember last year when we were at a meeting at BPD, I think it was after the July 2nd incident, we were asking why didn't BRIC seems to be very good at collecting information when it comes to gang affiliations in poor communities, but not so good when it comes to white supremacist attacks that are coming to harm those very same communities. And so if you're telling me that the BRIC has gotten better at sort of that work, I do appreciate that. And I will just lastly say that I am a little bit disappointed because I saw on this list that Isaac Yablo would be here, and I think that his testimony is important and critical to really understanding the role of BRIC in this new vision, which I think is a really good one of community safety that the administration is trying to proffer. And so I say that because I think that would help deal with the trust issue, and we don't have that testimony from someone who is not of the BPD, but working alongside the BPD for this greater mission of community justice.
No, and thank you. I appreciate that. And I believe you wrote a letter in support. But we do work hand in hand with Yabo in a lot of city agencies in general, just to make sure that we do that. So no, I appreciate what you're saying.
Thank you, Councilor. Chair recognizes Council President Ed Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here and had the opportunity over the last many years to work with Superintendents Cahill and Cruz, and just want to acknowledge their professionalism in dealing with both of them. I also am glad, Commissioner, you brought up hate crimes. That's an issue I've been working on almost for 5 or 6 years as a city councilor. I was working with the president. I talked to the president of the Children's Hospital as well, and he was very appreciative of the cooperation and professionalism of the Boston Police during some difficult times that they've been experiencing, but the Boston Police have provided Children's Hospital, which is an international, obviously, international hospital with critical public safety service. Boston's an international city with exceptional colleges, universities, hospitals, but the BRIC provides a critical role providing a safe environment for residents, for visitors, for tourists, and as an international city where people come to, it's our job to provide a safe and healthy environment for all. My question, Commissioner, can you explain why it's important for residents to know the important role BRIC plays in the community, and why is it helpful to them to understand that the BRIC is working for them to provide a safer community? They may not have heard of it, but it is a critical role that is helping everybody.
Yeah, they might not have heard of it, but we've been receiving the benefit of it for a long period of time. So, data is so important because, particularly in law enforcement, because if you're not going by data-driven, then you're going by bias, gut hunches, and all this other stuff, right? And that's where you get into the older school, discrimination, or all the things that probably the bad part of policing that we've heard about over time. But when you are data-driven, intelligence-driven, the fact is our focus is based off of, factual information, statistics, numbers, things of that nature, so we can actually proactively put people in the right place at the right time, so we can actually see trends as they're happening, so we can put it out, whether it's, you might have earlier this week, this year or last year, around the issue around campuses and bars and young women being, drugged. We see a trend very early on in reports in the city, and we put it out immediately so people can be, be informed, and so bar owners and things of that nature could start to address that to keep this from happening. We can see trends. When you have that much data coming in, from a region, you can see trends pretty quickly. And the idea is to get it out to the public as fast as possible so that they're not victimized by this stuff. And there's so many different categories, that, I'm having trouble even trying to find one because there's just so many. They work around missing children, putting that information out. There's so many different areas that are so important as far as trends, things that happen, and putting that information out, talking about being transparent. They are very much a part of our transparency, even though they're not considered transparent. And so, I think part of my job is to not, actually to put them to the forefront, because they are in the forefront and they've always been. But the reality is that what they do is the core of what we're doing around being data-driven, intelligence-driven, and putting this information out to keep people safe, solving crimes, helping us solve crimes, real time looking at, video footage if something happens, if we have access to cameras, so we can actually catch the perpetrator as fast as possible, or to bring that information together, so we can hold that person accountable, or actually preventing things. I don't know if they're going to talk about it a little bit here, but they have actually, due to the work that they've been involved in, actually prevented potentially very heinous crimes that might have happened. Even at an event at the convention center when someone traveled across the country, based off of some information that they had, with a van full of guns, to go to an expo, and so. Their activities and the work that they do in the background is very, very important to our daily work, and actually to the work, obviously locally in the city, but also making sure that we're in the right place at the right time to keep everyone safe.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Council President. Chair recognizes City Council Frank Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seeing as we're making statements, so I have family, friends that are in Randolph, Quincy, on the police force, and constantly telling me, yep, something happened here, first call is to the brick. That's what we mean by the region. We want intelligent police here. I just want to make one statement here. There's been a lot talked about the previous chair that held these hearings back when the world was burning and the police were the enemy, and that person happened to be running for mayor. I sat through the hearings. I was in the hearings. Counselor, I was in the hearings, and I watched those hearings be wildly lopsided, unfair to the police, advocates speaking for 15 minutes, and then the police, the head of Brick, David at the time, being cut off after your time's up, 2 minutes, cut off. So let's keep in mind what the temperature was around here. This is when the city council started catering to the advocate class and really leaning into the defund the police movement, which we see where that has gotten us now in our schools, South Bay, down Mass and Cass. So I just had to make that statement. One of the things that came up in those hearings that then DA Rawlings had a list also, and I believe, and this is a quick, I think anyone can answer, sorry, the Commissioner, but I believe that list coming from DA Rawlings was nearly exactly the same as the brick list. Can anybody speak to that? Yeah, see that was a fact. That was a topic that one of the topics that was talked about in the previous hearings. So I think the hearings were probably 4 hours long or longer. We were all at home in our pajamas and watching it all on TV. That's how this all came to light. And I just want to shine a little light on that in my opinion, my humble opinion, those hearings were wildly unfair to the police, and that was back in the time where we needed people to beat up, and it was back when people were disrespecting the police department. So, thank you, in a major way across the country. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councilor. Chair recognizes Councilor Braden.
He directed a question. He addressed me.
You weren't named.
He said Councilor.
Chair recognizes Councilor Braden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and thank you all for being here. We really appreciate, after yesterday's marathon session, that you're here today, and also we appreciate that you're here to answer our questions. We live in a very complex and rapidly changing world, and the threats that we see are new. We see new threats every day. For me personally, coming from where I come from, the use of terrorism as a tool to change how a society functions and how we turn on each other and how we discriminate against each other is very, very real to me. And I really want to know, in terms of the regional aspect of how the BRIC functions, like when we see incidents of like white supremacy, hate crimes happening, like the incident in Winthrop 2 years ago, how are we anticipating, how are we monitoring, neo-Nazi activity, white supremacy, anti-government activity, anti-Semitic activity? Like we had attacks on a rabbi in my district. And anti-LGBT attacks, like those are sort of the things that come to on top of my list. And the other issue that I'm very concerned about is the increasing use of like cybercrime and very sophisticated financial crimes, like the idea of stealing checks and then forging them and then basically drawing down an elder's life savings from their savings account. Like, are we integrating all that information into our operations? Like, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I do appreciate there's been very serious concerns about the BRIC in the past, but I really feel that we have a rapidly changing world. We need to be on our game, and we need to be up to what our current threats are and anticipate future threats.
No, and you articulated far better than I could. You're exactly right. The world is changing very rapidly, and the fact is the BRIC is the center of how we're trying to keep up with it, and keeping up with the trends and crimes that are going on. And then more importantly, what we're trying to do also is actually educate the public as it's happening, so they can stay informed about that. From the mailbox, the mailmen being robbed so often, and to get the checks, so people can actually draw down their accounts. The hate crime that's out there. We've been working with all groups concerning hate crimes, and I'm going to I should probably stop talking and let some of them give some examples of the people that they work with, some of the things that we're doing. But we work with so many to basically keep them informed. The faith-based groups, the LGBTQ plus community. We're working with so many to inform, to keep them informed of the latest trends, and patents that are going on, but also making sure that we investigate as soon as possible to make sure that that it wasn't a hate crime, or if it is, to make sure that we have ties and resources to whether it's the U.S. Attorney's Office or whoever's going to prosecute that and hold those people accountable to the highest level. It all centers with the work we do here in the BRIC, and yes, they are very much involved with those things.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Council. Chair recognizes Council Brian Worrell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel for being here. My community is impacted by constant, ongoing, just a history of violence, and you speak of the fear of violence, and our community definitely lives in that fear, right? So I understand the role that the police department does play in our community, but this is also just about the gang database and BRIC, and then evaluating the effectiveness of that database. This is not talking about the role of the police department in our community, because we do understand the importance, but this is about the BRIC and the database and that funding for that organization. So I have a few questions, and I know Councilman Mejia asked this question, but I believe it was given around the command staff. But what is the breakdown of the staff for BRIC? Like, how many people work in BRIC? How many are civilians? How many are sworn officers? And then what's the breakdown of those demographics of those individuals? And if possible, do they live in the city of Boston?
Absolutely. So I'm going to let them answer, but before you answer, I just wanted to let you know, none of this funding that we're asking is going towards the database at all, right? It's new initiatives, all kind of other stuff, but I just want to make that clear, that none of the funding that we're asking for has anything to do with this database. But go ahead, if you want to answer it.
Certainly. So just really quickly, the numbers
Ryan,
I
just
have.
your name and affiliation.
Sorry.
for the record.
Ryan Walsh. I'm the acting director of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center. I've been at the BRIC for about 12 years now. Previously served as a deputy director until Dave Carabin left, and now have been named acting director. So as far as our personnel, when we're fully staffed, excluding these 8, potentially new positions that we're talking about today, we have about 52 total personnel, 25 civilians, analysts, and then 23 sworn officers, mostly detectives, but also some sworn leadership as well. We also have 4 liaison personnel from other agencies that sit with us on a mostly full-time basis. About 39 of those personnel are city budgeted individuals who would be subject to the residency ordinance and the 10-year timeline and that sort of thing. So certainly most of those at least started as city residents, and many of them continue to live in the city. 12 personnel are funded by the Urban Area Security Initiative grant as contractor analysts. And then we have 1 other analyst funded by a different grant. And then, like I said, those 4 other agency personnel. I don't have a sort of demographic breakdown further than that on hand, but we could certainly look to follow up on that front.
All right. And then My other question is, because of your funding, I know, this body and the state has put in a lot of accountability measures, around policing, whether it's OPAT or POST, right? Because of your funding, do you guys fall under the jurisdiction? And because, it seems like majority of the individuals that are hired by BRIC that are analysts are civilians, correct? So they don't fall under the jurisdiction of either POST or OPAT. Well, that's the question. Do they?
OPAC really investigates, if they were to get complaints, I believe that they would, yeah.
Yeah, we're fully Boston Police Department employees.
Yeah, they would, yeah, if they were to get complaints, absolutely, they would be falling underneath OPAC, yes.
All right. But not POST, right?
No, they're not sworn.
Not sworn.
Post is
Got
for
it.
sworn police officers.
All right. Those are my questions for now, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Commissioner, half an hour over what I had promised, so obviously, but again, we appreciate the courtesy and respect. We understand you were here for over 5 hours yesterday, and being Police Commissioner in the City of Boston is an extremely busy job. I'll just conclude, obviously, before you leave, is that public safety is paramount for our city. It's what separates us from cities our size and bigger across the country. If we don't have safe streets and safe neighborhoods and safe parks and safe schools and safe campuses and safe transit and a safe downtown and our events cannot be held safely, then what do we have? And I can also speak to the issue of having had a cousin senselessly and brutally murdered and that person never coming back to the family. No better feeling for I know my family and I know families across the city when the person who murdered their loved one is brought to justice. And I know, having served as an assistant district attorney, having served in this council, and having partnered with the police department, I know the role that BRIC plays in each and every homicide here in the city of Boston. They don't go around sort of tooting their own horn. It's a team effort. It takes community, it takes the police, it takes partnerships, it takes cooperation. But I can tell you in the instance of poor Amy Lord, I believe the woman's name might have been Korea, we would have never found Amy Lord's murder if it wasn't for BRIC's efforts. We would have never found that poor woman. I think she was maybe chained and locked in a closet over in an apartment in Charlestown. So I can cite example after example after example. Would I also say on behalf of this body, if there's someone on the gang database that should not be on there, they got to get off. I think we're all in agreement. If there's someone on that list that should not be on that list, as the chair, on behalf of this body, that name has to come off. And we need to make some adjustments on that. If that's happening, that has to stop. If it's already stopped, obviously that's welcome news, and I'll just part with that. So I appreciate your work, Commissioner. I appreciate the partnership, and I know we're going to get into the details on these things. You are excused, and I believe that Nicole is going to come in to be your eyes and ears.
I appreciate it. And, I say this all the time, to keep our city safe, it takes everybody, everyone, and you all play a part in that, and so I appreciate the role that you all play. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anthony Rizzo, can you get into right away 1376? Excuse me. Anthony, you have the floor. You have the floor. Please introduce 1376. And welcome, and good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the council. My name's Anthony Rizzo. I work at the Boston Police Department, and I am the program manager for the Securing the Cities initiative. This is the third year that I've come before you to discuss the continued funding of the Securing the Cities program. The program is a 5-year federally funded grant program from the Department of Homeland Security's Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction Office. Its mission is to prevent the successful possession, movement, and deployment of a nuclear or radiological weapon and component materials by an adversary within the United States. The goal of the program is to develop and enhance sustainable radiological and nuclear detection capabilities among all participating partners in the region. Those partners include, and it's a long list, the Boston Police Department, the Boston Fire Department, Boston Emergency Medical Services, Office of Emergency Management, the Massachusetts State Police, the Massachusetts Environmental Police, the Port Authority, Massachusetts Department of Fire Services, Quincy Police Department, Hingham Police Department, over 15 other local fire departments throughout the Commonwealth, and several bomb squads throughout the New England region. The program is entering its 4th year, And in July of 2023, the fourth award of $1 million was granted to the Boston Police Department, which is the lead agency for the grant, for the budget period of August 1st, 2023 to July 31st, 2024. That $1 million in continuation funding will be allotted to the purchase of radiation detection equipment, as well as funding for backfill and overtime for personnel who receive training on that equipment and for the program management office. That equipment will be purchased includes radiation detection systems that allow for detection of radioactive materials in public areas with large crowds or high-profile events. It also includes more advanced radiation detection equipment that allows operators to identify what those radioactive materials are in order to distinguish between non-threatening materials and high-level threats. All personnel who receive the equipment will receive between 4 to 16 hours of training in order to establish proficiency with the devices. Lastly, what the program tends to do this year, calendar year 2024, possibly early 2025, is to organize and stage a full-scale exercise involving numerous state and local entities in order to assure interagency operability with this equipment. With that, if any of the members of the council have any questions for me.
Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that. I'm all for it. Not sure who can be against, but in order of arrival, Council Flynn, any questions of Anthony Rizzo, Metro Boston Securing Cities grant?
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Certainly, it's critical that we have the funding to carry out this mission. Can you just talk about some of the cooperation Boston Police is doing with cities and towns in and around greater Boston or even New England? How important is that communication? Is there training involved in that communication? What are we learning from each other, from one police department to another, and how are those examples benefiting our department?
Certainly, Councilor. I think the best example of that, to answer your question, was just last week. Through this program, there was a 4-day training involving numerous harbor units. The Boston Police Harbor Unit was involved, the Boston Fire Harbor Unit was involved, Massachusetts State Police Marine Unit, Quincy Police Department Harbor Unit, and the Hingham Police Department Harbor Unit were involved. It was a collaborative training between all of those agencies in order to identify any illicit radiological materials that may be found out in the Boston Harbor. And obviously with that, there is critical infrastructure, the Constitution, the LNG route out there. Not only did that training, sir, provide the much needed equipment that these various units need in order to carry out this mission, but having 6 state and local agencies out there training with one another also assured the proper communication, interagency operability that those units need to do in order to exist to carry out that mission. And that's just one small example. We've had similar trainings in March between the various bomb squads from Boston Police Department, Bangor, Maine Bomb Squad, the Portland, Maine Bomb Squad, Massachusetts State Police Bomb Squad. And again, it's just assuring that all of these agencies have the equipment that they need, but that they're also talking to one another, and it's uniform training across. Does that answer your question, Council?
It does. And just as a brief follow-up, cities and towns throughout Massachusetts, or even in some states in New England, that don't have the resources or the expertise that Boston might, we provide them with critical services. We provide them with critical help. That's not only being a good neighbor, but what happens in one part of New England certainly impacts another part. Talk about those types of relationships and building strong neighborhoods, strong communities. Even though the Boston Police might not get anything out of it, but they're really making the New England region stronger and healthier for everybody.
Sir, just in the past 6 months through this program, we've been able to provide radiation detection equipment from the Boston Police Department to local agencies as far north as Newburyport and as far south as New Bedford. Mm-hmm. Obviously, that impacts those local communities. It gives them capabilities that they didn't have before. But it also does directly impact the city of Boston. The whole purpose of this grant is to disrupt and thwart the movement of any illicit materials that may find its way inside the city of Boston. And while it would be great to outfit, as we do, Boston Police Department Hazardous Materials Unit, the Boston Fire Department Hazardous Materials Unit, it's far better to detect these materials before they get into the city of Boston. And what we're doing by establishing these partnerships is really creating a much larger bubble around the city so that we can disrupt movement far sooner than it makes it into the city.
Thank you. I agree with you. I agree with all your points. Just as a point of reference, I had the opportunity to serve 24 years in the Navy, but we also worked closely with other navies across the world on those types of examples that you highlighted. And it's about working together. It's about learning from each other, supporting each other, making our neighborhoods, our communities in the world safe for everybody. And everyone has a responsibility. So just want to say thank you and appreciate you being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council President. Anyone have any? Chair recognizes Councilor Root C. Louisiane.
Thank
Anthony
you.
Rizzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. My colleague turned to me and addressed something towards me as if I were stating something that was merely based on prior hearings of the City Council, when I clearly stated in my question to the Commissioner, and it is important for the entire body to know this, that it was not just based on the prior hearings. There are 2 court cases from 2019 and from 2021 from panels of judges, not just elected officials. So it is independent judges and jurists who have looked at the gang database and the work of the BRIC and have come to similar conclusions. And so I needed to make that point very clear. And so that's what I'm saying that for the record. Now, in direct response to your testimony, if you could provide the original RFP for this body, for the grant, is that possible?
I should be able to provide.
Thank you very much. The grant application and the grant award letter, again, as a first-term city councilor trying to understand the work of the BRIC, it'd be good for us to have all of that information.
And Councilor, would you like just this award letter for the continued funding or the award letter from the initial?
If you have it do you have it, how long does it go back? Is it?
It goes back to September of 2020, and we should be able to provide all of those documents.
Thank you very much. If you could provide it for as long as it's been in existence, that would be very helpful for me and for this body.
Certainly, Councilor.
Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you. And Councilor raised a good point. If Nicole can bring this back to the Commission, there was a point raised yesterday on public sidewalks and public streets. Is Mass case, Commonwealth versus Eggleston. Not sure the site, I think it was Mass 355, but cites that the city actually has the authority because sidewalks and streets are considered public ways, particularly if they're maintained public authorities, which in our instance would be Public Works. And if that didn't pass muster, then we have actually a nuisance law. I don't have a site, but I know that it's there. As a former assistant district attorney was involved in using both trespass and nuisance. So the point was raised yesterday as to what can and can't be done on public sidewalks and public streets, and in the interest of everyone else's time, and to not have to keep going in a back and forth. But it just jogged my memory in terms of point counterpoint. So if you can maybe just take note of that and send that to the Commissioner. Appreciate it. Councilor Murphy, you have any questions of Mr. Rizzo?
Yeah, just thank you for that explanation and the details of the grant, but also the partnerships that it will include. And I just wanted to highlight, and I believe it's true, that a lot of this grant money too, you mentioned about the training. So it doesn't just, it goes to making sure that the police, the staff who will be carrying out, get the proper training. So just wanted to highlight that. I appreciate that that's included in these grants.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Have any questions of Anthony Rizzo?
Yes, I do. Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Councilor Mejia.
I just want to level set here for everyone who's paying attention. I'm always going to speak for myself because that's the only way I know how to show up, Mr. Chair. And I'm just going to ask you politely to just be super mindful of that gavel, because for some folks, particularly those who have been traumatized by just operating in systems, that could be a little bit triggering. And I don't want to feel like I'm at the plantation and being told to get in line. So I'm just going to ask you to just be mindful of the dynamics that play out, because that was a bit uncomfortable to have to witness as a woman of color. So I'm just going to ask you politely, the gavel, just, we understand when it's time for us to get in line, but just just be mindful of that noise and how it could be triggering for some folks. I don't want to feel like I'm getting a slap in my neck, okay?
And true, and that's a fair point, and for folks that are watching at home or here, the gavel is used when and it's Robert's Rules of Order, when someone's out of order, the chair has the discretion to bang the gavel to cite when someone's out of order, so it's not taking us down the road.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, the fact of the
Yeah,
matter is...
so I want to know for the record...
The fact of the matter is when someone's out of order...
Right.
When they're out of order, when they're not recognized, and when they're speaking out of turn, the chair, in its discretion, so Councilor Baker had the floor because he had signaled he was recognized. He made a comment. His comment, another councilor didn't approve or didn't like of the comment. We had agreed, in the beginning of the hearing, we agreed to have one round for the commissioner because we had agreed to allow the commissioner to be excused. One councilor was properly recognized by the chair. He had the floor. He made a comment, was not to the liking of another colleague who then would start to speak. Robert's Rules of Order and council decorum require the chair, and that's why you have a gavel. Other than you'd be banging your hands, whistling, a phone, everything else. So anyways, so we're back to Mr. Rizzo. Councilor Mejia now has the floor to ask Mr. Rizzo a question on docket number 1376. That's the order.
Yeah, and...
Okay. Chair recognizes Councilor
And
Mejia.
the great thing is that we're in a new day when it comes to politics and how we show up. So it's really important for those who are tuning in to be educated in terms of what is happening, in terms of the dynamics, so that everybody understands. So I really do appreciate you educating my public. But I do have a few just things that I want us to consider, right? Very similar to my colleagues' call out in the fact that the previous hearings did not have full participation of everyone. I believe that we are now replicating that same behavior, whereas we don't have folks who can bring different perspective into the space as we're talking about millions of dollars that we're about to utilize. So I think in the interest of being transparent and in the interest of making sure that we don't repeat the same mistakes that we have in previous situations, is that I think that we need to have another hearing where we do have a more robust conversation and create opportunities to hear from everyone. So I'm just going to put that on the record as something that we consider. And the other thing that I've just realized is that when it comes to these particular grants that are up for discussion, is I'm not even sure if this is the appropriate committee for these to go in, because there are a lot of questions that are still outstanding, detailing the budget and the grant proposals for these 4 grants, right? Like, we need some more details around that. I'd love to know, like, all of the dates and previous reasons for BPD using a special law enforcement command center. Like, there are a lot of things that are not clear to us just yet, and we're being asked to allocate resources without having data. I created a new committee here called Government Accountability, Transparency, and Accessibility. And it doesn't seem to me that in this particular hearing, we're going to be able to get the data and the accountability that we need to be able to make an informed decision. So I would love, for the record, to advocate that 2 things happen. One is that we do another hearing where we're able to have conversations with all different sides of the conversation. And then 2, I think that we need to reconsider where this goes, because this is about accountability and transparency, which basically I don't feel we have any right now.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Any questions of Mr. Rizzo?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for their advocacy. I kind of want to level set. I didn't get a chance to provide an opening remark because the commissioner was leaving, and I wanted to ask that one question, and I think I'll provide a little bit more context to that question in just a second. But I want to say that I fully understand the role of the BRIC, how important intelligence gathering is to curb nefarious activity of folks who seek to do harm. You've already done that in multiple instances to protect our LGBTQ community. I know that for a fact, and I got a chance to fully understand some of the reforms that you've undertaken and some of these specific cases. Councilor Flaherty mentioned a couple. I'm surprised it hasn't been said here yet, and so I'd love for you to go through the full list of reforms for us and the public, as well as maybe some cases that you can possibly speak to. But all that being said, I also just want to recognize that I understand that portions of the gang database has itself done harm to predominantly Black and brown men in this city. There's also been documented cooperation and communication with ICE during the Trump years that resulted in the unfair categorization of an undocumented teen in East Boston who was ultimately deported. And having witnessed these unfortunate events, I voted no, being that this is the experience that I have seen, or what I've witnessed in the papers, just to do our due diligence, which is our responsibility. To conduct oversight over how our tax dollars are being spent. That's actually us doing our job. We're asking you questions, and we thank you for being here. So that being said, I did go to the BRIC. I visited your headquarters, and I do appreciate the conversations and the presentation that you provided, both myself and a colleague. Again, I would love for you to describe the full extent of the reforms conducted by the BRIC since 2020. And then also the culmination of grants dating back to 2020, it says that this will pay for 8 analysts, right? And then there's some money left over. Can you describe how that money will be utilized as well? Thank you.
Certainly. So just I'll kind of take maybe one at a time here. It was great hosting you last week, Councilor. We definitely extend that invitation to any of the other councilors. I know we've met with several, but it's definitely an open invitation. We're very willing and eager to, build our relationship even further, hopefully, and provide that transparency for sure. Starting with sort of the gang database, so I just want to kind of clarify, back probably starting in the 2017-2018 timeframe, the BRIC leadership and working with the commissioner at the time kind of realized that some of the practices, the way we were actually operating the database, were even sort of more strict than our department rules. So the database is governed by a Department Rule 335, sort of the highest level of policy that the department promulgates. And so starting at that time, we started the process of revamping the rule. That took until 2021. There's a lot of overhead that goes into revamping a department rule. But we started operating the database in a more strictly, strict way in adherence with the currently updated rule. And that process completed at the end of last year. So we kind of continue to operate the database in that way. And so I just want to go through a few of the changes that rule implemented that we've really implemented over the past, say, 5 years or so in the office. A couple of things I would point out really quickly. The new rule sort of clarifies the purpose of the gang database. The purposes of the existence of the gang assessment database is to provide law enforcement with a consistent citywide framework for the identification of individuals and groups that associate as a gang and thus are likely to engage in or perpetuate criminal activity for the furtherance of the criminal organization, which may include targeted or retaliatory violence, and to assist in the investigation of gang-related criminal activity in the city and really in the region as well. So we added that to the rule to kind of clarify the purpose of the rule. We also did a clarification of the BRIC's role in management of the database, whether that's through the oversight of our analysts and our supervisors, governing the groups and the people that go in and come out of the database. We sort of clarified how that process works in terms of both a qualitative and quantitative process. So we have sort of our quantitative process, which is the point verification system where individuals can, through behaviors and different things, can gather points to get to the 10-point threshold. That's sort of our quantitative assessment. And then we also pair that with a qualitative assessment of, is this individual or group, truly involved in driving criminal activity, generally firearm violence in the city of Boston. And that's based on our analytic assessment from all different sources of data. So we clarified that in the new rule. Additionally, the new rule removed what was an inactive status. So previously in the database, individuals would be entered in the database and reviewed after 5 years. That's consistent with a federal intelligence regulation that we adhere to. And then we would determine if the person was still active in gang-related criminal activity or not, based on our information that we had available at the time and working with partners. We could then change the person to inactive status for an additional 5 years. So we've removed that additional 5-year period. So now, and since the last several years, if you're in the database, we review you at least once every 5 years, and then usually more frequently than that, honestly. But we have to basically make that assessment at least once every 5 years after you've been entered into the database, whether you're continuing to be active in gang-related criminal activity in the city or the region. And if you're no longer active, we purge the person from the database. It is a true purge. There is no record kept, no additional record kept. We cannot go back. There's no historical version of the gang database that we can go back to query in the past to determine whether someone was in at one point or another. So that clarified that piece. Additionally, we clarified that we would no longer use field interaction, observation, and counter reports as the sole criteria for verification. So field interviews associating with another gang-involved individual gets 2 points into the database. The current rule states that we have to have some other verification criteria. So that's kind of an adjustment to the quantitative criteria in there. Additionally, we added an annual public reporting requirement. We've reported out the past 2 years publicly, usually in the first week or so of January, as to how many people are added and how many people are purged from the database.
Where
in
does
a
that
given
go?
year.
Sorry.
It's posted on the department's website, I believe bpdnews.com, and I think a letter is sent to the council as well.
Thank you.
I believe with that information. So that's a requirement. And then we also added a section on juveniles in the database. So we realized that juveniles in our city are of particular concern, of course, and need to be handled with particular care. And so the rule states that the BRIC will take sort of additional precautions around entering juveniles into the database. There are very few juveniles in the database currently, and that if we do enter a juvenile in the database that we believe is involved in gang-related criminal activity, we will work with the city right now through Isaac Yabla's office to offer that individual, for them to reach out and offer that individual services, make sure that we're attempting to, provide the wraparound services to that individual with the eventual hope, of course, of removing them from the database.
Thank you, and I do echo my colleagues' desire to have Isaac here. I would love to speak to him directly and seek his third-party validation, quite honestly, and endorsement of this, because it is such an issue that affects so many of our young kids. The other part of all this too, and just to get to the question that I'd asked of the commissioner earlier, has there ever been an audit, or has there ever been a report? I'm learning that there was. I apologize, I didn't pick up on that if it was presented last week. But my earlier point was to get to just the fact that there is very little oversight or transparency over the decisions that are being made. There's little accountability of how effective these federal grants, again, funded by the taxpayers, how effective they are. And so I had asked a question of you when I went to the BRIC last week of who watches the watchers. And it sounds like there have been some reforms of oversight of management to the analysts and all of that. And I think the point of lived perspective and demographics is an important one, because the lived experience of folks, whether or not you're walking down the street in Roxbury or walking down the street in South Boston or East Boston, is matters, right? If you are dapping up your friend and all of that, if you're on Facebook saying whatever, I think that does matter, and there is an opportunity for faulty data. And it is a data collection agency, right? That's how you make decisions and all of that. So I really would love to understand is there any external people, partners, that is auditing the database, and if people actually deserve to be on there?
Certainly. So I would say, speaking broadly, the BRIC adheres to several different oversight bodies. Of course, the City Council here, but also internally to the department, as the Commissioner said, our Audit and Review Unit, our Internal Affairs Unit, now the Office of Transparency that was mentioned earlier, as well as the federal grant money we receive through the Urban Area Security Initiative program comes with several different requirements that we're asked to meet every year. There's a yearly process that goes on within DHS to assess the Fusion Center and all Fusion Centers around the country, actually, and we're asked to produce certain policies and different things that we provide to them, and then they provide us feedback on those things, and we get sort of an end result of that product. So that, I don't know that to call it like a technical, like a financial audit, but that is certainly an accountability mechanism for sure that is built in there. Around the database itself specifically, certainly we have, so to enter someone into the database, it requires at least 2 individuals within the BRIC, an analyst and a supervisor, to approve that person to be entered, as well as any officers that would suggest someone to be entered. We go through an extensive review process, both quantitative and qualitative, like I said, before that person would be entered into the database. And then, like I said, the analyst and a supervisor has to approve that person to go into the database. And then we do have a system where we are notified, before the 5-year time frame comes up, to make sure we review that person. And usually that's kind of a holistic review amongst myself, our analysts who are focused on violent crime, our privacy officer, so we have a full-time privacy officer attorney, part of the city's law department, but works with us full-time in the BRIC, and she's involved in that assessment process as well to make sure we're adhering to those policies. Additionally, we have a privacy policy, which is posted on the department's website, updated annually. It provides for a redress process where members of the public or anyone can seek redress if they believe that the BRIC is holding a record of that person incorrectly or inaccurately, and ask us to either remove or amend that record. And so we're very responsive to those requests when they come in as well.
Thank you for that. I feel like it's important to have all of that on the record here in this space for those here and listening at home. Just one more question, Chair, if that's okay. Just a simple one. How many folks have been purged from the gang database in the last 3 to 4 years?
So far this year, we've purged 49 individuals from the database. In the calendar year 2022, we purged 1,836 individuals, and in 2021, 609 individuals were purged.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
I should clarify, the only thing we know is that they were purged. We have sort of a log that notes just the fact that a purge occurred and on the date that it occurred. We don't have any other demographic information or anything else about those individuals. That's how we got those numbers.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Gletter. We've been joined by our colleague, City Councilor Sharon Durkin, and she recognizes Councilor Liz Braden.
Thank you. Back to the securing cities. This is a quick question. It's a separate grant. This is not the BRIC grant. It's a separate grant. It's radiation detection. I'm just wondering, do you coordinate with the medical centres about how they dispose? Are you monitoring how they dispose of their medical? Like that's the sort of low-grade, sort of radioactive activity that you put in a dirty bomb to scare people, but you know, and then also, are we working with MIT about security at their nuclear reactor? Like, is that part of the picture? I'm just wondering.
Thank you for that question, Councillor. We do, the partners that were named are the state and local partners that are receiving either funds or equipment through this grant. But there are a number of other partners that we're working with on the federal side, the FBI, the Department of Energy, the Coast Guard, and then certainly there is a large role that is played by some of the local hospitals, the radiation safety officers that work in those hospitals. We have a working relationship with St. Elizabeth's. We work with these individuals, Councillor, because first, the materials that we are trying to disrupt do serve medical and industrial purposes. So they do exist in the community, not necessarily to be used for nefarious purposes. We rely upon the subject matter expertise of the radiation safety officers at the local hospitals and then some of the other industries that operate in the area with these sources. We rely not only for the subject matter expertise, but determination of how those materials are being moved. And then we do have a working relationship with the state radiation control program, which does oversee the disposal of those materials. So we do have a robust relationship with the radiation safety officers of the hospitals and some of the other organizations that exist in the area. And they do play a major role in this program.
Very good, thank you. And the other question I had was really more generally about the BRIC in terms of are we monitoring like neo-Nazi activity on campuses? Like there's a lot of hate groups that are emerging, anti-LGBT, anti-Semitic, anti-black, anti-government. There's a lot of. Are we working? Like I know there's a freedom of speech, First Amendment issue here, but you know there's this misinformation and recruitment of young people. That we're in this climate. Like this is a new experience for. We're becoming increasingly intolerant and of diversity and inclusion. So I think, are we working to try and monitor? Like I know it doesn't necessarily rise to the level of criminality, but it's certainly activity that is very disturbing, especially if you live in a neighbourhood where you see these anti-black or anti-Semitic posters stuck on walls and whatever, and graffiti or whatever that's part of a tool of threatening a community or making them feel less safe. Go ahead.
Certainly, I would say a couple things. So we work very closely with the area college and university police departments for sure, and we're trying to both educate them as to the threat environment, so particularly some of the more recent developments we've seen around racially motivated violent extremism and just domestic violent extremism generally, as well as continuing to be mindful of the threats from foreign terrorist organizations and the critical infrastructure that many of the universities are around, and some of the more sensitive projects and programs that they're working on, for a variety of partners. And so we certainly work to educate them so that they can recognize those indicators, the suspicious activity reporting program indicators that come from the federal government, and report that appropriately to us. As far as monitoring activity, I would say that we're certainly aware of acts of vandalism and things like that occur that may be slightly outside the realm of strictly First Amendment protected activity that it goes on our college campuses, and they report. We have a great relationship sharing information back and forth when that activity does branch into the criminal realm, and then I would say we are working with them more qualitatively around the sort of things that they're observing that are of concern on their campus, and that feeds into our overall picture of the threat that these groups pose to our region here.
Yeah, without naming any group in particular, there certainly seems to be an increase in this sort of activity across.
Sure. I would also clarify that about 3/4 of the BRICS personnel are focused on our counterterrorism and threat assessment mission. And so, as I talked about earlier, that 52 personnel, we have about 30 dedicated individuals who are focused, both sworn and civilian analysts and detectives who are focused on the suspicious activity reporting program that we run and manage, as well as just sort of general awareness of the threat environment in this area. So, it's really a large focus. I know we've talked a lot about the gang database today, but frankly, that's a relatively small portion of what the office handles, and so a much larger portion of the office is focused on this particular issue. For sure.
One concern that I name is that, having a broad and even you're identifying groups as being a threat. Like, one concern we hear is that the folks who work in anti-fascism, and they're labelled Antifa, are seen as regarded as a terrorist organisation. Yet the folks that are Proud Boys or Patriotic Front or whatever, that they're not necessarily treated in the same way. So I think there's concern from the civil liberties people that we're cherry picking the groups that we're watching.
So I would say with the current threat environment, Counselor, we're less concerned about the specific ideology and more concerned about the threat of mass violence that these groups pose to us. And so we're less concerned about maybe identifying a particular group that maybe does have a First Amendment protected portion of its activity, and then a criminal portion. We're obviously focused on the criminal portion of that activity, and then just kind of countering that threat of mass violence that they pose to the community. And so that's kind of where we definitely focus our efforts in that regard.
And we also acknowledge the fact that it's complicated, like the lone wolf person
Sure.
who decides to is sort of influenced and engaged in these groups, but they go off and do their own thing with like in Charlestown, or even the guy that in the attack in Winthrop. We didn't get to interview him because he was shot.
Definitely. We're very concerned about so-called ideology shopping, or individuals who may be influenced by multiple ideologies and motivate quickly to violence, outside of a sort of group dynamic for sure. Just to provide a few statistics, last year the BRIC analyzed, let me just get to it here, about 123 threat reports this year so far. 65 were assigned for a detective for additional follow-up because we believe there might be more seriousness or credibility to the threat. About 32 incidents a suspect was identified, so about half of those were able to identify a suspect. About half of those individuals were referred for mental health support, so we do work very closely with a lot of the mental health provision organizations, including our street outreach unit, the mass-based threat assessment team through the FBI, and other partners to try to refer individuals for mental health treatment if that's a better option. 4 charges were filed in 4 incidents, and then the rate of the incidents, we took other actions such as warnings, talking to parents, referring to schools if it's a juvenile or something like that, and so we do try to kind of deal with those outside of the criminal justice system where possible, and then obviously, for more serious threats where it could be actionable, of course, we, work with federal partners and others to bring those people.
And what sort of things triggers a flag for you to, to investigate or watch someone for going forward?
So several different things. We conduct a daily review of all the department's reports that come in for key indicators, and whether that's maybe certain violent keywords, or officers will often refer someone to us because they are aware we provide training to our own officers on how to recognize these sort of threats of mass violence, things like that. And then similarly, our partner agencies will refer threats to us when they become aware of them for different reasons. We also do have analysts who review open source, publicly available content, and oftentimes we will discover threats, via social media or something like that in the public sphere, and then we'll sort of go through an analytic process to determine, the sort of seriousness of that threat, and then, take the appropriate investigative steps from there.
Thank you. I know it's said often that public trust is essential to your effectiveness and your ability to get human intelligence from the communities that we serve. I feel this is really important to have this open dialogue and this discussion that we're having today, and keep it going. And then the other issue that's really a big concern is just the whole gun issue and the access to guns. I know we have pretty strict gun control legislation in Massachusetts, but how does the gun issue interact with your department?
So we have a criminal intelligence team where we have analysts that are focused on a variety of crime categories. So several of those analysts are focused on firearm and gang violence in the city, and so we work closely with the Youth Violence Strike Force, the district detectives, all our different units in the department when it comes to firearm violence and recovered firearms. We also are working closely with the ATF and the FBI's criminal squads around things like the recent series of commercial robberies that was occurring in the city with a firearm suspect with 2 firearms was identified the other day through great sort of collaborative investigative effort that partially involved the BRIC, and then several of that type of thing. So we're kind of working on all fronts. I would say we have kind of a dedicated team of about 8 individuals, analysts and a sergeant detective who work with us on our crime team to kind of focus on that criminal activity. And that's also the team that, like the commissioner said, is providing the sort of deployment advice and watching out for those trends and patterns and more traditional criminal activity that we provide to the department.
And I know we had a hearing recently about gun violence in our neighbourhoods, and in terms of getting really down into the granular level, how effective can you be in spotting those identifying the source of the guns and what we can do to
Sure. So we work closely with the ATF, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the DA's office here on several investigations where we've been able to sort of trace the gun back a couple levels. Sometimes it's very difficult because there's a long time to crime, between when the gun was initially sold or purchased and the crime occurring. But in cases where we can, we certainly try to research that and go back as far as we can, and then work with the appropriate authorities. Oftentimes it's out of state, so we work with the ATF or other partner agencies in other states to, bring the straw purchaser to justice or different things like that, for sure.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. Chair recognizes Councilor Durkin.
I want to thank the Chair, Michael Flaherty, for convening this hearing. I want to clarify obviously I didn't get an opening statement, so I want to clarify my previous vote on this matter. When these dockets were presented, it was my first time I had seen them as a new councilor 7 weeks in. My understanding is normally the dockets of this importance go to a hearing, so I was surprised that we were voting on them. I voted no because I needed more information on this critical issue to properly cast a vote, especially since I wasn't present for previous votes on this docket. I want to thank BPD for joining us today, and also Deputy Superintendent Cahill for inviting me to tour the BRIC. Was honored to tour with my colleague, Councilor Coletta, to see the BRIC for myself. I know there's an air of mystery behind the BRIC and what it actually does and what it looks like. So I was thankful for the opportunity. I will let our esteemed panel talk more about what the BRIC does. But obviously this is a grant through the state, through FEMA and DHS to support the BRIC. And the dockets are totaling, I think, $3.4 million. And we were told that the money will go towards hiring more analysts. Normally this would happen on a yearly basis, but because these have been delayed, we are sort of dealing with past work. So The other issue I'd like to address is the gang database. And I appreciated Councilor Coletta's questions on the edits and changes to that. Obviously, I have a lot of emails in my inbox as the District 8 councilor asking for more information about the reforms that have been made, and I think some of those have been put on the record today, so I appreciate that clarification. Just want to give some attention and thought to how the police department and the BRIC communicates the work that you're doing in community, because that's something that we discussed on my tour, is just the idea that if we continue to let certain information, be pervasive, or, and certain lack of information, create an air of mystery around what this organization does, we'll continue to have issues getting to the bottom, and getting this kind of stuff done. So I just want to sort of give just my thoughts on sort of trying to communicate proactively about the work that you guys are doing. So along that vein, we talked a lot about, during my tour, the organizational structure. So can you give some more information on sort of the organizational structure of the BRIC? And then in addition to that, I know you have different areas of interest in what people are working on. So I think that would be helpful for our colleagues to sort of have a little more information on that. And then I know you mentioned, I'll just add this question, I know you mentioned open source. I think there is this idea that the information that you're gathering is coming from certain sources. So can you explain sort of along the surveillance realm what type of surveillance you guys are looking at? And obviously open source is just things that are available on Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, all social media. But can you explain more? So I guess the first question is organizational structure, and then the second, which I just want to read into this hearing so people can hear what I heard at the BRIC. The second is about surveillance and what is open source, and how you guys are gathering information. Thank you.
Thanks, Council, again.
Just
Thanks
state
for
your
coming up.
Jerry, just state your
Sorry,
name and
Deputy
affiliation for the
Superintendent Jerry Cahill of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center. Again, thank you for coming up the other day and visiting. So our organizational structure, people, I think, get a little lost. The BRIC is part of the Boston Police Department. We're under the Bureau of Intelligence Analysis, which a bureau we created not a couple of years ago, about 10 or so years ago, which gave us more of an organization inside of that, which gave us a superintendent, a deputy, a director, like that. So we are directly Boston Police employees working inside the Boston Police Department. Under the leadership, we have analysts that are assigned to specific areas, whether it be violent crime, property crime, motor vehicle crime, things like that. So that's our criminal side. We also have a side which is Homeland Security, which we have analysts specifically assigned to monetary crimes, cyber crimes, anything Homeland Security, international terrorism, domestic terrorism. We also have detectives assigned to that area as well. Another aspect of the BRIC is we have our real-time crime center, which is an area where we have analysts looking at real-time data during the day or night. That's staffed from 8 o'clock or 7:30 to 12 midnight, pretty much, where they can look at things happening within the city, within the state, across the country, and across the world. And they can report up to us if it's something of major importance that we have to get up to the commissioner, or to our uniformed services that we have to deploy people for different things. They are also able to, if an event happens in the city, whether it be a lost child, an elderly person walked away from a residence, a shooting, where they can look at cameras and see if they can see this person or a suspect or a missing person, so we can give real-time updates to officers on the street going into these scenes. So that's pretty much the structure of the BRIC. So we kind of say it's divided into kind of like 3 different parts. So I hope that is helpful.
And then As for the sort of second question about sort of data sources and the surveillance, so obviously our primary data source is frankly department police reports that the department is generating sort of for all the traditional, criminal and other reporting that comes into the department. We also obviously are able to access, open source information via, fully open source social media, different things like that. And then we do receive, information from federal partners or other partner agencies. So we partner with 8 additional police departments in the Metro Boston Homeland Security region that kind of surround the city, and we review reports with them as well. So we're making sure that we're adhering to our regional focus as well. So that's one of the kind of misnomer about the BRIC. It is fully part of the Boston Police Department, but we do have a regional focus as well, and we're sort of a regional information sharing entity in that regard. And so we do work very closely with those partner agencies, similar to what Tony mentioned about kind of how important it is to extend our reach outside of the city so that we can be aware of threats that are coming from outside, right? And so we do review those data sources as well.
So along that same vein, I know you guys have been talking a little bit about the networks that exist nationally to try to prevent, and obviously as someone with major institutions, stadiums, and such in my district, I care a lot about sort of the event side of preventing anything happening in my district. Can you talk about how you communicate with other intelligence centers throughout the country, or fusion centers, I should say, throughout the country?
Certainly. So the BRIC is one of 80 fusion centers around the country. We're a major urban area fusion center. Every state has a fusion center, a state-based fusion center. Massachusetts State Police run the Commonwealth Fusion Center as well here in Massachusetts. And I would say we have a system where we're able to securely send and receive requests from them. And we are able to sort of validate who they are, which is important that we do of every requester who requests something of us, validate that they're a valid law enforcement agency and the reason that they're asking us for the information. So we either require a police report that they're looking into, or for them to describe in some way the criminal activity that they're engaged in investigating, and we receive those requests generally via email, or there is a systematic way that other fusion centers can share information with us for request-based purposes, things like that.
Got it. And so, sorry, and Chair Flaherty, cut me off if you need to. Wanted to ask too, like if you see something that's happening in LA and you think it may be germane to what's happening or what could happen in Boston, what goes into that? Like, if you're like, something happens 48 hours ago in LA, like what starts when you hear about certain incidences around the country?
Certainly. So a couple years ago, we were awarded an award from the National Fusion Center Association for the best collaborative effort amongst fusion centers. And that award was relative to some threats that were received across several different states. And we were able to sort of coordinate with those other states and identify the individuals responsible for making those sort of threats of mass violence. Additionally, the cases that were brought up earlier by the commissioner and where an individual pled guilty yesterday to threats to Children's Hospital. That person is in Western Mass, so obviously outside of our jurisdiction here. We've been working with the federal agencies, Children's Hospital Security, numerous different partners on those threats over the past really year and a half, 2 years now. And additional individuals have been identified in relation to various threats that were received by children. One of them in Canada, actually, so we often work even internationally with like the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, things like that, to bring that person, hold that person accountable, frankly. So it's oftentimes, sort of a in-person investigative effort, so calling and having these contacts around the country that we develop through experience, also some of our systematic connections to them that allow us to get really a legitimate real-time response from some of these other entities because they know who we are, they trust that we're operating within our policy guidelines and the other protections that we're under, and they're able to work more quickly with us because of that pre-existing relationship that we have built out.
And sorry, just one last question. I did want to ask, just to put on the record, what goes into applying for these grants? And obviously, wanted to, and I'm sorry if I missed a little bit of the beginning of this, so I don't want to, but what goes into applying for these grants and how, and obviously we're looking at, I think, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. There obviously will be one for 2024. So can you talk to a little bit, if we're talking about analysts for these years, and I think you've explained to me that you guys are portioning those out so that you can hire those analysts for 5 years. What about the 2024 grant, do you guys have a plan for that, or would that be something that you'd be willing to come back to us and talk about?
I would say certainly we would be willing to come back when that is ready for accepting spend process, but I will say, so it's a line item in the state budget, so it's not a traditional grant in the sense that there was like an application process. I would say this originally came about because of the state, our work with the state, frankly, Executive Office of Public Safety and Security and the state police and all different partners kind of recognizing the importance of the information sharing that the BRIC was providing to their mission to protect the entire state. And so the state has decided to sort of give us this money as an earmark to kind of enhance that mission. And then particularly the 2 liaison analyst positions, I think we view as really kind of solidifying what could be potentially a gap for us, where we're looking for someone to be kind of really dedicated to maintaining and building out that relationship with the state police, transit police, Massport, these entities that do have, fair amount of jurisdiction within Boston, but also, expand our reach, across the state to make sure we're protecting the citizens in that way.
And sorry, just one last comment. One train of thought that we did go down during my tour was just the need for bars and nightlife to have, for a BRIC actually does a lot on sort of spiking and sort of thinking through. So could you talk a little bit to that? Because I know it's of particular interest to me and Councilor Coletta, which I know that she's worked on this issue prior to me being on the council.
Certainly. So a couple things. I'll just kind of run down a few kind of community engagement efforts that we've had in the past couple of years. Obviously, the Commissioner talked about our community CompStat initiative that he has really launched recently. We've been heavily involved in supporting that and are looking to kind of, frankly, our main barrier to sort of expanding that program is staffing at this point. So the 2 analysts that would be funded through this grant would certainly beef up that and allow us to hold more community CompStats more frequently, just kind of redouble our efforts in that way. We additionally participate in the violence reduction management team, as has been talked about with Dr. Yablo. Been very participatory in those meetings that are happening on a weekly basis, and frankly, we're in communication with Isaac, on a daily basis around different trends that we're seeing in violent activity in the city, and he's been great in making sure where the service provision end is receiving that information that we're putting out there. Additionally, we work with the Safe and Successful Youth Initiative and the Shannon Grant teams to make sure that they're informed on trends in the city. We provided data to support the sort of efficacy evaluations of those programs as well. As the Commissioner mentioned, we're involved in the public dashboards and the data hub. So earlier this summer, the department released a new website where there are currently eight data dashboards where the members of the public can access several different data sets, whether it's offenses or shootings or shots fired data that the department is pushing out there. There's firearms information available on that as well in terms of recovered firearms. And so the BRIC has been integral in providing some technical support around that, as well as several of the analytic data sets. So shootings and shots fired are 2 analytic data sets that BRIC analysts maintain on a daily basis based on reporting that we're reviewing, and that is directly feeding those public dashboards. We're looking forward to releasing at least 4 or 5 more of those, hopefully by the end of the year, with some additional data sets, including arrests, field interviews, things like that. So we're kind of continuing to work on that. I would say these additional personnel will kind of feed into that process. I view the sort of community CompStat analysts as being able to help us bring the message back to our leadership from the community as to what data sets they might be interested in reviewing. And so we can kind of work within the department structure to kind of make that technically possible to push that out there. Additionally, we provide a lot of support to the district community service officers. So we provide both technological applications to allow them to review the data, the department's internal, more sensitive data that maybe we can't share fully publicly, allow them to review it for the particular community areas that they're concerned about, right? So they attend, hundreds of community meetings every month that don't always adhere to the department's traditional boundaries. So we provide some technology to allow them to query the department's data based on those custom boundaries, and then review the reporting within that area, and then provide that, sort of filter that out to the community at an appropriate level. And then finally, you mentioned some of our directed threat briefings. So over the past several years, as we've seen the threat environment change and really focus on LGBTQ+ issues, we have been engaged with the department, Deputy Dayhill, and setting up different threat briefings for different sections of that community specifically at an appropriate level to really make sure that certainly like the bar owners, as you mentioned, can kind of harden their targets, right? Make sure they're aware, and just make sure that they're aware the police department is eager to hear from them if they receive threats or, are concerned in any way. Make sure we're conducting that outreach, and so we've done about 4 or 5 of those over the past 2 years as well, in different small group settings, trying to meet those individuals and inform them of the particularly severe threat, I would say, that community is under right now, unfortunately. You also mentioned some of the different sort of sub-areas of analysis that our crime team is involved in. So the drink spiking issue has been one that sort of popped up a couple years ago. We were able to dedicate some analytic resources to helping the department. There's not sort of a crime code, right, for a drink spiking report. They're coded as different things. It's somewhat difficult for us to track natively, and so the BRIC is able to bring our analysts to be able to develop a better tracking so we're aware of sort of, are there repeat locations? Are there repeat MOs that are going on? And we work with Sergeant Boyle to push out public information on that. We also work with the universities to push out emergency alerts to their students, actually late at night at times, on the weekends when we saw that activity really spiking, so that, maybe the student doesn't subscribe to the BPD Twitter account, but they hopefully do get the emergency alert from their university, and they can sort of take, additional precautions there. That's one example. We also have an analyst who's assigned to the human trafficking unit within the Family Justice Center at BPD, who works on sort of longer-term human trafficking investigations, particularly targeting the Mass and Cass area that was discussed yesterday. We have analysts that are focused on crash analysis, so we work with the Boston Transportation Department and Mass DOT to provide them with a perspective on sort of where are our most frequent crashes and what are the sort of circumstances around those crashes in the city, and aid them in their redesign of intersections. We also work with the department's special operations traffic enforcement group within BPD to sort of help them, prioritize areas for traffic enforcement in the city as well from that angle. So, obviously we focus a lot on gang activity and violence today, but we do have a lot of analytic focus aside from that, frankly, in these different areas. And having this additional staffing, I would say, will allow us to continue to be flexible and nimble as we do encounter, a very changeable criminal environment. I think Councilor Braden mentioned sort of the recent, the speeding up of changes in the criminal environment that we're seeing, both on the Homeland Security and on the criminal end of things. And so we definitely try to remain extremely flexible across the BRIC to sort of meet these needs as they pop up over time. I think it was mentioned earlier, some of the juvenile issues that we've had at South Bay and things like that. We're able to dedicate, analytic resources really quickly to kind of turn and focus on those efforts. And we worked collaboratively with the Department's Bureau of Community Engagement and schools and a bunch of different partners to kind of provide some analysis on that issue and identify, the times and locations and MOs so that we can inform the response there.
And I want to thank you for your time, and I want to thank you for being generous with your time during my tour as well. But I also want to share, I do believe we still have work to do on both communicating the work that you do and also making people feel like that there's community partnerships happening, because it's clear that work is happening, but I don't think that it's communicated enough. So that is something I think as a counselor I'll be hoping to push you on, but I do really appreciate where this money is going and sort of our role in making sure that you guys can have the resources you need to prevent threats. But I just want to say I really do think there's an opportunity here to grow and to continue to communicate the work that you guys are doing. But I do have a balanced view here. But I appreciate everything that you guys are saying. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, Councilor. I appreciate the questions, but also you get some extra time because you missed sort of the first round of things. So that sort of, I guess, that's 2 rounds from the City Council. I know we have some lights flashing. We've got members of the public that have been here for 2 hours. So if my colleagues have direct questions of the panel, what I'm going to do is I'm going to announce members of the public so they can start to queue up. So if they're direct questions, not meandering in while you guys are staying, unless my colleagues have to leave, if they're leaving, I'll grant a courtesy for an additional question. But you guys are staying, colleagues are staying. I'm going to have the public start to queue up, and then we can maybe answer a couple lights that are flashing here before we go to the public testimony. So I'm going to ask, and pardon if I can't read or pronounce your name correctly, Alex, looks like Markinson, Lauren Pespiza, Rod Weber, and Will Justeel. If you guys can queue up over here, and Chair, in order of arrival, Chair recognizes my colleague, Councilor Ruzzi Louisiane, for a question of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just clarify. I don't know if they had statements to make. This was weird, confusing how this happened. It was weird, right? Everyone agrees how this has been happening. So I directed my questions to Mr. Rizzo, and then my questions were directly to you, Mr. Rizzo. And then it seemed like there was an opening where everyone was directing their questions to everyone. So I just did you have statements that you had prepared?
No, the commissioner was, the arrangement was the commissioner was going to do the introductions, introduce the dockets, which he did, introduce
Okay.
his team, which he did, and then leave his team available here. To your point, we initially started with
With
Mr.
Mr. Rizzo, but then questions.
Our colleague, Councilor Coletta, kind of did a little bit more wine ranging, probably because she had to leave. Fair point. So, but they're not going anywhere, so if we're going to stay here, we can just get through some public testimony and then get back into colleagues' questions. If you have to leave, obviously, as the chair will grant the courtesy to ask the specific questions that you have at this moment.
I'm fine with going towards public testimony. I just, if I had known that I could have asked the panoply of my questions first one, I would have done so. So sorry that you have to stay here
Right.
longer.
And I also think we got a little sidetracked with we had like kind of a thing, council thing going on, so.
Well, it would have been
But
simple if I
that
had given
said,
the opportunity to
Chair, at this time
say
we'll
my
recognize
three words.
Alex.
Thank you.
And just for fairness of everyone, because we also have testimony on Zoom, do you think 2 minutes is fair or 3 minutes?
I will do my best. I would like 3 minutes if possible.
You have 3 minutes, you'll set the trend. Everyone will have 3 minutes. You will be timed when you hear the sound. If you haven't already concluded, if you can at least move in that direction. I don't want to have to be banging gavels.
Of course.
Chair recognizes Councilman here for a question to the chair. Fire
No,
away.
to the, you
All right.
had, if I'm following
Yes, so-
correctly,
Right, so
the
you've,
directive was if we had a question specifically for the panel before we
right,
moved.
in order, yes, in order of arrival, but that has been
yes.
declined. So she had declined, so we're going to do that, and then
Oh.
come back to her, and then come back to you,
Okay,
in
so
order
we're
of how
not-
the lights were beeping. So Alex, you have the floor for 3 minutes, sir. And welcome. If you
Hi.
can just state your name and affiliation for the record.
My name is
Yes.
Alex Matthews, like Matthews, but with an R. I am the chair of Digital Fourth. We're a civil liberties organization here in the Boston area. We have worked on BRIC issues for about 10 years now. And we oppose the acceptance of the additional grants for BRIC. I'd like to refer back to something that Councillor Mejia said. She asked the Commissioner earlier why they should be envisioning getting more funding if they're having success and crime is down. The response of the Commissioner was that he feels that BRIC and Boston PD is always behind. Note the argument here. You can bet that if crime were up in the city right now, they would be using that to justify receiving this money. It's a heads they win, tails we lose kind of situation. They're never going to come to the council and say, oh, you know, things are pretty peaceful right now. We would be okay with not getting this money. They're always going to say that they want more money and more resources for future and possible threats. They make ritual invocations of privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. They offer a narrow conception of discrimination, talking about employment and whether you get locked up. And they say, well, we're not intending to vilify people of color in what we do. There's never going to be a document that the City Council is going to get where Boston PD or where BRIC says, we intend by this policy to vilify people of color. So it's the responsibility of City Council to understand what the impact of the policies are on communities of color and on activists and on people more broadly in Boston. The simple truth is that, yes, part of what BRIC does is successfully identifying threats of mass violence. But there's not enough in terms of threatening groups, in terms of terrorist groups, to sustain an organization of 50-plus full-time equivalent people. So what we see, and what we have seen over the years, is a lot of mission creep. Surveillance of protesters and activists, data-fueled harassment of young Bostonians of color, and a lot of what you might kindly call bureaucratic entrepreneurship to extend the mission from what started off as being a specific unit to deal with counterterrorism out towards the things that the Commissioner was describing. Traffic matters, drug enforcement, big events, missing persons. BRIC is a hammer in search of a nail, and it does not need this extra cash. It does not need these extra grants because they, as they have been at pains to say, crime is down. And since 2021, when the City Council started rejecting these grants, crime has fallen further. It does not seem that these grants are necessary for inhibiting crime. Councillor Coletta correctly identified a problem of whether there were any external audits. And Mr. Walsh said that DHS audits BRIC's policies, but they don't audit their records. He cited to their redress policy, no one has ever gained justice under their redress policy. We've worked for years with journalists and activists surveilled by BRIC, and they never gained redress. It's not a real policy, and this is not an agency that you should be funneling extra cash to via the state government. Thank you.
And thank you, Alex, for your testimony. It's been great working with you over the years on surveillance issues, so I appreciate your advocacy. Yeah. Lauren Despiza. Lauren, you have the floor for 3 minutes. Welcome. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
My name is Lauren Pespiza. I am a film producer and a resident of Brighton. I'm also a victim of BRIC. I tell you my story to show you that concerns about BRIC's abuse of power to surveil and harass activists are not hypothetical. BRIC targeted my husband and I relentlessly for years. Specifically, I was targeted and harassed by Boston Field Detective Andrew Creed for making the film 2020 The Dumpster Fire with my husband, Rod Weber. Andrew Creed is a detective with BPD and a JTTF officer and BRIC agent who has spied on activists since BRIC was commissioned. He uses surveillance tools to scan social media and target activists using hashtags like Black Lives Matter and Occupy Boston. The first knock came in January of 2021 when a Proud Boy told him that our movie trailer was a plot to assassinate Donald Trump. This claim was quickly put to rest, but Detective Creed continued to knock, subpoena, and harass our friends and family. He made at least 20 visits in 2021 alone, asking questions and threatening to put me in jail. When he was told to stop by the Assistant U.S. Attorney in Mass, he went to other states to find a prosecutor willing to continue this farce that led nowhere. This expensive harassment campaign is what you are paying for. I can't emphasize enough the trauma, stress, and financial pain that being targeted by an unaccountable and frankly creepy cop causes. My friends lost jobs because they visited their workplace and implied they were criminals. I was constantly getting calls from friends who'd been visited, telling me Creed showed them photos from social media and asked weird questions. When no one has anything bad to say, you would think he would stop, but no. He subpoenaed my Facebook, violating my privacy and gaining access to countless personal and non-criminal conversations. All of this over a satirical documentary trailer with Rod Weber, who's been following all along. Creed bragged about him following him to Standing Rock in 2015 on one visit. That sounds expensive. Why? He made it clear the goal was to silence us when he warned Rod not to speak publicly about the absurd harassment. I was targeted for speaking truth to power, and I am not alone. I had lawyers tell me, you are not the first young woman he's taken a disturbing interest in. Expanding BRIC's funding means extending the harm that officers like Andy Creed can do. I urge you to vote against these grants. Please do not keep funding abusers. Grants to BRIC will not benefit the community. They will go to an Orwellian future where we end up paying for a boot to stomp on our faces over and over forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Please, folks. Rod Weber. Rod, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have the floor for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hello.
You got it.
My name is Rod Weber. My affiliation is Dumpster Fire Films, LLC. Unlike my wife, Lauren, who just spoke, I'm not here to dissuade you from funding BRIC. I'm here so you can make this make sense. We made a movie, as she said, 2020 to Dumpster Fire, on Apple TV, Amazon, vetted by lawyers. We have insurance agents up the ass. Everyone checking the T's, dotting the I's. Every which way, they make sure that everything is squeaky clean and above board. And you know what happened to us? This Agent Creed of Brick harassed my mother, Lauren's mother. They went to friends' workplaces, tried to get my trans friend, Emery Galen, to commit suicide. Never mind. We've got lawyers up the ass, and it's on Apple TV and all that stuff. You know, Andy Creed, Brick, they didn't care. Followed me to Standing Rock, like Lauren said. Tried to get my friend to commit suicide. And we just started to ask ourselves, how does any of this make any sense? How does any of it make sense? And then he told me, maybe you better reconsider your activism. Okay? And then he said, it's best if you didn't go public. Sounds like a secret police to me. And then you factor in the transphobia, and it makes sense that Creed went after me for filming Straight Pride in 2019, many of whom participated in January 6th and convicted. How do you make that make sense? But then it starts to make sense once again when Creed and friends said it was January 6ers that tipped them off that our film was an act of terrorism. Utter nonsense! So they're having the terrorists say who the other terrorists are, allegedly. Unbelievable. So you ask how that makes sense. And then it made sense because we found out he's a Trump supporter. Going on his Facebook and other social media, says that Sean Hannity is correct 91% of the time. And when our research uncovered leaked emails showing Creed's support of New England white pride, when Lauren and I are on the front lines, we're the first people there. When Patriot Front marched on July 2nd, which you were talking about, who was there? Me and Lauren. And we called out the mayor. We called out Rachel Rollins. We called out Police Commissioner Long, who said that there was no police response, there was no Brick, and they lied. And I said, you are either lying or you are ignorant. And then the news cameras ignored me, and then I provided them photographs and video proving they lied. Agent Andy Creed was there, along with FBI agent Steve Kimball. Lies, 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 and more lies. And they tried to ruin our lives. And it cost tens of thousands of dollars in lawyers. They went on our Facebooks, our personal messages, nudes of my wife. Unbelievable. The scumbaggery. And you ask how that makes sense. And then it makes a little bit more sense when we dug into where those leaked emails came from. And we started to find images like this, associated with Andy Creed. With the Jews you lose. Andy Creed of Brick. What's this one here? It's a monkey. It says, unfair, stop comparing us to N-words. How dare you? How dare all of you? And I ask myself, how does any of this make sense? How does it make sense that you've been lying for 2 hours straight? It's because you're on their side. You're on the side of the white supremacists. You support white supremacy. You support terror. And so I ask you, if you're going to fund these people, you better think long and hard. Remember these images here. And that's not it. I have the emails. Emails for everyone. The Facebook posts. more swastika cartoons, and it goes on and on. And I yield my time.
Thank you for your testimony, Rod. Will Justice? Will?
Justice.
Will Justice? Justice?
Justice.
That's right. Your L looks like a, your C looks like an L here. So Will, you have the floor for 3 minutes. Welcome. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
My name is Will Justice. And I mean, some of these people over here understand like how many times you see me out here in this community doing stuff. I mean, y'all ever felt threatened by me? I mean, you see me out here. Have you ever felt threatened by me? I'm just saying, like, they're shaking their heads no. I've been in this community doing a whole bunch of stuff, like, in order to help my community as a community member. Yet I have a brick report on me. They sent pictures of my social media to all of law enforcement's homes. It's an actual paper. When I say this, it's like, I had a lot of like false charges on me at one point in time, which is understandable. You know, accused equals guilty, even if you don't get convicted in the police eyes, because that whole list of charges that were dismissed is on this list of things that I was accused of, yet not found guilty of, as a reason to watch out for me. Police look out for this guy. And it's like, I've been targeted by this. This is not like, no, say, this is, that's unprofessional, first off. Second off, I'm like, I've been out here doing like what I'm supposed to be doing, like helping my community, yet I had this report on me. And I asked last time I was here, like, hey, listen, can I go check out Brick? How do I get off of that list? Because like I've been poked over multiple times where they're familiar with me and they like already know who I am. And I'm like, so, okay, if you already know who I am, then, so this is just harassment then, huh? I mean, I'm not even talking about the stuff that I had to deal with as a teenager. We've never really viewed the police to be our friends in my community because it wasn't a stated stop and frisk type situation. I've had police officers try, like they're playing the speedball on parts of my anatomy, and then when I move, they're like, he's resisting to jump on me. You know, it's like I've been dealing with that. We do not see this as a good thing in my community. And I noticed how y'all deflected when y'all asked, what do you call it, like really specific questions about the race of the people who are doing this stuff. Like it literally, I mean, the token just left a little while ago, but I mean, you're deflecting that question, and it's like, that's one of the main issues, and it doesn't matter what the person who's coming to abuse me looks like to me, honestly. But when you give people that authority to do whatever they want to do with no checks and balances, and then you're going to give them more money to continue to do that's like, I mean, I'm the one being terrorized. The people that look like me is the ones being terrorized. You get what I'm saying? This is not something that's a small thing. The majority of people who are coming through to so-called enforce don't look like me, don't relate with me, don't know my culture, none of that stuff. And I'm always being criminalized just for being in my own neighborhood. All right? This is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. It's like I'm laughing over here where y'all are sitting there talking about why these resources being wasted on stuff like that. Like, I understand that that's what you're saying that you're doing, but I don't believe you. I don't believe you. To be honest with you, I never read a police report that didn't have lies in it. So how are we going to trust the people who lie to cover their own behinds up to give accurate data? So when you're taking the data from a liar right from the beginning, I mean, then all your data is skewed. So you talk about data points. I'm not a data point, I'm a person. Understand me?
Okay, Will.
Yo, listen,
Thank you, Will.
man.
Thank you for your
Don't
testimony.
approve this. Don't approve this. You're actually attacking me if you approve this.
Thank you for your testimony, Will. Fatima Ahmad, who will be followed by Jillian Santos, who will be followed by Inga DiCarlo. morning, Fatima. Good to see you. Can you please state your name and affiliation for the record?
Yep. Hi, I'm Fatima Ahmed. I'm Executive Director of Muslim Justice League. I live in Dorchester. I live in Councillor Worrell's district in particular. And I'm so grateful so many people are here to share their experiences, and want to remind you that these are just the folks who feel comfortable speaking about what's happened to them, but there are many people who have been impacted by BRIC that can't actually come before you and speak because they've been deported, they've been incarcerated, they've been harassed, and so they can't come before you, particularly Black and brown folks. And I want to also remind you that it's not just your colleagues and some of you yourselves that decided against this grant already. It's your colleagues who have been impacted by this. So to Councillor Durkin's question, they said that the primary source of their information is their own intelligence reports. And about 10 years ago, what was found was that 1,500 pages of intelligence reports from 1 year of Occupy Boston included Marty Walsh speaking at Occupy Boston. That is one of those threats that they not only produce in a report for themselves and their internal staff, which includes DHS and FBI, but they actually put that out to 1,500 law enforcement agencies and private agencies. While Marty Walsh went on to become mayor and take on bigger positions for an organization like mine, if we're included in a report like that, that has a huge impact on us. And for community members who have much less protection than I do, that has such a great impact on them, right? So Tito Jackson, one of his Facebook posts was included in their intelligence in 2014 to 2016 for talking about police brutality at Ferguson. So any of you who talked about Black Lives Matter for those 2 years, or someone like me who just speaks Arabic online, our posts were swept up by BRIC. So I imagine some of you on the council would have been swept up in that. Also, just to do some math for you, deleting about 2,000 people from a 5,000 person database that is shown to be over 90% Black and brown people will not change that percentage. It won't change the court's decisions. It won't change that the gang unit is being investigated. And you should really take seriously what that means for this city and what kind of lawsuits might be brought forward to this city if courts are saying that you shouldn't be using this. Now, I also want to highlight that it's not fair that it's Boston City Council deciding on something that impacts 9 different cities. So that real-time crime center is not just cameras within Boston and ShotSpotter within Roxbury in particular. That's where all of ShotSpotter is in Boston. It's across those 9 different cities. We had a community member reach out to us just 2 months ago because they saw a BRIC truck in Everett, right, which is one of the cities that is within BRIC. And that community member said, Fatima, do you know what this is? Are they putting up more cameras? Like, what is this, right? So it's really absurd. Not only does BRIC have lack of transparency, but the lack of decision-making and community input from all of the people impacted by this. I just want to end on, to Councillor Braden's questions about marginalized communities, right? And to Councillor Claire's question about who watches the watchers, it's us. We are the ones who have given you the data and evidence of what they've done. Without the millions of dollars that they have for their data analysts who can't show you data that they have actually helped. For 20 years, that data has come from community members, and that's just what we've pried out of them. We don't need any more information for you to know that this has harmed people. It harms real people. You know that there is a kid who was deported already, and that's just what we know of. So please, just make the same decision again against this grant and start dismantling BRIC.
Thank you, Fatima. Inga DiCarlo, welcome, and please state your, Jillian Santos, welcome, and please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, my name is Jillian Santos, and my affiliation is the organization Citizens for Juvenile Justice.
Welcome.
Citizens for Juvenile Justice, known as CFJJ, respectfully submits this testimony to express deep concern about the operations of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, known as the BRIC, and its ongoing operation. CFJJ is the only independent, nonprofit, statewide organization working exclusively to improve the juvenile justice system in Massachusetts. We advocate, convene, conduct research, and educate the public on important juvenile and youth justice issues. Our work, however, extends beyond the traditional boundaries of juvenile justice issues to address pathways and pipelines that lead young people directly or indirectly into formal system involvement. Sadly, an emerging pipeline is one that leads young people from the school discipline and juvenile justice involvement into the teeth of our federal immigration system. It is this unfortunate reality that has led us to submit this testimony. CFJJ has two primary concerns to raise at this time. One, BRIC acts as a conduit of inappropriate information about young people to federal authorities, including ICE. BRIC is a key conduit of information about Boston residents, including many young people, going to federal immigration authorities, including Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE, and immigration judges. This includes sometimes dubious labels of gang affiliation and gang membership based on Boston Police's problematic gang identification policy. BRIC is a key player in the school to deportation pipeline, and we recommend against BRIC's funding through the proposed grants. CFJJ has concerns about young people's normal adolescent behavior being misconstrued as gang involved by the police, being labeled as gang affiliated in the BRIC gang assessment database, and having this information pass on to ICE. Even if a person is not dangerous or not associated with a gang, a label of gang affiliation is a kiss of death in immigration court and means that someone is not deemed eligible for a range of relief. The existence and regular practice of BRIC is to enable sometimes bogus gang allegations to go straight to immigration court, which does not follow the federal rules of evidence. This isn't just mere speculation. According to Lawyers for Civil Rights, there have been over 140 instances of the BRIC gangs sharing sensitive information about BPS students with ICE, one of which led to a deportation of a young person who had no juvenile criminal record. That harm cannot be erased. The overlapping effects of school policing, stop and frisk policies, gang labeling, and information sharing between BRIC members, including ICE, has real negative consequences on young people of color in Boston. These impacts are felt especially by those young people who have pending immigration cases, including asylum cases, and those who arrived in the US as unaccompanied minors. CFJJ has concerns about how BPS, Boston Public Schools, shares information with police, but at issue here is how the information moves from BPD to all members of the BRIC, including ICE. Boston's police enforcement concerning gangs has had an outsized impact on the Latina community and has identified young people as gang affiliated based on normal adolescent behavior. Immigration judges will not overlook allegations of gang involvement. The allegation of gang membership by police is sufficiently detrimental that it can, and regularly does, hurt a good immigration relief case. In the 2016 data set, the only year that data is available, that ACLU Massachusetts received via public records requests, CFJJ analysis shows that BPD sent the most information to ICE out of 14 departments that sent information regarding alleged gang information to influence immigration proceedings. This data typically consists of field interrogation and observation reports, incident reports, gang intelligence bulletins, and often self-admission reports. A so-called quote, verified gang report from a federal agency can and often does provide strong support for deportation. While we focus here on the immigration consequences, it is important to note that information in BRIC's gang assessment database tracks both citizens and non-citizens, including documented and undocumented alike. While the deportation of undocumented youth is quite visible, there are real negative collateral consequences for everyone labeled as a gang member. These consequences include increases in the severity of judicial recommendations and incarceration length in the juvenile justice system. The second is that BRIC lacks sufficient local and state oversight and needs to be regularly audited. BRIC lacks significant oversight from the city or state. Specifically, CFJJ is concerned that the BRIC's gang assessment database collects information in violation of 28 CFR Part 23, which requires that interjurisdictional intelligence systems like BRIC, quote, shall collect and maintain criminal intelligence information concerning an individual only if there is reasonable suspicion that the individual is involved in criminal conduct or activity and the information is relevant to that criminal conduct or activity. The brick gang assessment.
Julian, I just have to ask you to kind of wind it down. You're actually cutting into Joa's time, so I don't want to deal with Joa.
All right.
But if you can wrap it up in the next 10
I'll
seconds.
conclude with this. Ultimately, the gang database from the BRIC does not support public safety and should not be supported financially. Better yet, City Council should consider repurposing the funds from this proposed grant to support community-based organizations to provide needed support to young people in Boston with education, skills training, mental health services, and mentorship. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and a copy of written testimony is submitted online.
That'd be great. Thank you, Julian. I'll take on anyone, but I'm not taking on Joa, right? So, Inga DiCarlo, you have the floor for 3 minutes. If you could try to keep it to 3 minutes, but please state your name and affiliation for the record. And
my name is Inga DiCarlo.
Good to see you again.
Pardon?
Good to see you again.
Thank you. My name is Inga DiCarlo. Wink. I had kind of a question, comment to bring. This is the second consecutive Boston City Council meeting that I've either observed or attended where the panelists don't have any arrays of the data that they're talking about. I don't know if this is, you know what I mean? We're talking a lot about data. This is not even the first meeting. I recall testifying back in June 2022 about the incidents of sexual assault in Boston public schools. Nobody had any figures on the incidents of sexual assault in the city. So, if I showed up somewhere and I didn't do my homework, I'd probably be penalized for it. So just a little constructive feedback. I also had kind of, again, a question comment of a breakdown for like bimbos like me of this point system in BRIC, because just really briefly, you probably can't see it from here. This is in 2018 in South Boston. I signed up to volunteer with the Mayor's Office of Veteran Services to canvass in the South Boston neighborhood. And it's hard to see, but I'm wearing a cute red LL Bean bandana. I'm pictured here with Boston City Council President Ed Flynn and a really nice woman who is my canvassing partner, Phyllis. A photo like this, purely on my skin tone, my bandana, the red on their shirts, South Boston. You know what I mean? When you vote for these grants, you're voting against, or you're more or less declaring war against the people, the Boston kids, the Boston community who love our city, and our city doesn't love us back. So I am going to refer to a talk called Algorithmic Warfare from a Harvard Law School lecture I attended. This lecture was given by Bardo Smith. How algorithms rule. Automated reasoning. They do not supersede human input, they depend on it. They enact the biases of their creators. They define the borders of who, what is acceptable, tolerated, and supported. The dangers of the automated data processing. It structurally enshrines existing bias. It defines who is allowed to exist publicly and truthfully. Inconsistent standards remain. Enforcement and appeal varies. Context qualifies. Exclusion from platforms and exclusion in larger society. Who is allowed to exist? Those who will or will not conform to the terms and tones of the platforms are erased. And this is just talking about more social media platforms and banking apps. So I usually pepper my testimony with puns and jokes, but this is serious. Like when I hope every Boston City Councilor that's here today realizes, and everyone here, begging your sugar daddy for more BRIC money, understand the far-reaching implications of funding this. You're basically telling us you're not even representing us. You're technically our servants of the public, but you're declaring a war on us. Why can't any of this money go towards preventing, gang involvement? We used to have, gang resistance and education training and officer donut and everything. Why don't you like us? Why are you going to let this harm abide? Is there nothing else that you could fund, like maybe housing? You know what I mean? I just hope people really take the time to look things over and really think about it and sit in that and lean into that work, because we're people. We're not data points. I'm not, in the Irish Republican Army because I'm wearing green. Like, you got to get real. Get real, please, because this is, you know what I mean? This lovely man with the glasses, I'm jealous because I don't have my glasses on. He went on for like 60 minutes. 60 minutes and just, droned on about, I hope that you do not vote for these grants, but you know how it goes. We will, petition our local government for a redress of grievances, and then you'll probably put us on more databases, but thank you.
Thank you, Inga. Next up is Catherine Vitale, followed by my pal Joa DePina, followed by Joseph Leslie.
So,
Welcome, Catherine. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. I know you know the drill.
Catherine Vitale. So here's the thing about law enforcement intelligence. If they wanted to end the war on drugs and reduce gun violence, they could, but then they'd be out of a job. There's probably more non-criminals in the database than there are criminals. They're not watching a drug transaction taking place and then arresting the dealer. They're adding it to their database to build a case against this person and waiting months or even years to move in at the perfect time to raid his home, put him away for a ridiculous amount of time, and post a picture on social media of the massive amounts of drugs and money that they've seized so that they can put this guy away for 10 to 20 years. And do they really even need to do that much time for selling drugs? I don't know, because pharmaceutical companies sell the same drugs every day and we're not throwing them in jail. And when the police take their cash, where does it go? Not to the public. It's used for more surveillance equipment because they're not just watching the criminals, they're watching everybody associating with them too. Law-abiding citizens. Then there's people like me. I've been an activist for 3 years. I've committed no crimes, but my name is in the BRIC database. Michelle Wu put my name and the names of 15 other law-abiding citizens on a political hit list and sent it to the police, who have since surveilled us and taken legal action against us. Sergeant Shana Catone was fired from the Boston Police Department for exercising her First Amendment rights. Sean Nelson has been arrested 3 times. Joa DePina has been targeted and arrested. Shannon Llewellyn has been targeted, arrested by BPD, and even threatened with a call to DCF by the Boston EMS Chief Hooley. I've been arrested 3 times. I've been surveilled. I've been watched by private investigators. I have children. I've been targeted by DCF. DCF has tried to take my children away twice in the past year because I'm a homeschooling parent that doesn't vaccinate. I've had police show up to protests in cities or towns that I've never even been to and address me by name to intimidate me. And I'm sure this is the case for many law-abiding activists, just like the ones who spoke before me today. And maybe you don't agree with my anti-vaccine status or the fact that I show up and make noise in front of public officials' homes, but that doesn't make me a criminal. The point is, the crime rate isn't going down, and the drug dealers are still dealing drugs, regardless of the millions of dollars we're spending to tackle these problems. Instead, it's violating the rights and invading the privacy of law-abiding citizens and weaponing the police against the people.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And you actually, you gave Joe an extra minute. See that? What a... Joe, welcome back. Good to see you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have the floor.
Good morning. I'm Joa DePina. I am a citizen of the city, a business owner in the city, and an activist in the city, and a blogger, I hold people accountable for the behaviors. Michael Flaherty, thank you for sharing this. Aaron Murphy, thank you for co-chairing this. I appreciate what you've been doing on the council. And thank you for those that are here. I have a lot to say. And the thing is, Michelle Wu is my major problem here, because at the end of the day, this council, some people on this council are very easily swayed to Michelle Wu's rules and to help Michelle Wu's agenda. So I'm afraid that some people are just going to vote based on their friendship with Michelle Wu to give Michelle Queen Wu some more power and using the council for that. I've been targeted for many, many years because of my Facebook and because I am deeply embedded within the police department without them knowing that I'm embedded in the department. And yes, I know a lot more about the police department than most average citizens do. But the police department uses their intelligence to dig deep into JOA, and they know everything about me, but do I care? No, I don't care because I'm not breaking any laws and I'm not shooting people, I'm not doing anything. But it is concerning to me that BRIC and their actions that they do, and they claim they solve all these crimes, but my brother's murder is still unsolved. Many people's murders are still unsolved in this city. They claim that these cameras do great things, but I've watched these cameras go around and help them solve crimes that they have high interest in. When it comes to Aaron Hernandez, they used BRIC, and they followed all around the city until they found every move that Aaron Hernandez did. But did you do that for Michael DePina? No. Did you do that for Andre Stoner? No. Did you do that for Nicholas Copeland? No. Did you do that for Dilson Barrows? No. However, I have something else to continue on. The Boston police officer Craig Jones has been targeting me since I appeared and spoke out during a Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox press conference in August 2023 in front of Boston Medical Center. He physically assaulted me by bumping me in my chest. He also threatened me on camera and made gestures as if he was going to pull out a firearm from his jacket. This is all on video, just to be clear. Jones told me he was going to put me in his hands. He was going to put his hands on me while following me until the state police intervened. At one point, Jones came after me in a very aggressive manner, which other officers stopped him in order to keep him. Other officers stepped in order to stop him. He looked at us as if he was on illegal substances, perhaps drunk. Look closely at the video that I provide. And I say the video I provide because I've sent this email citywide. Every single city councilor that's sitting in this room has received this email, and I have confirmed that you received this email. I then saw Jones at 2 public events held by the city and other partnerships. I went to the first event, and things went well. I stood and listened at the press conference, respectfully, in which Mayor Wu was present and was speaking. As I was greeting Mayor Wu and the Commissioner Cox, Jones arrived at Elmont Park, approached me, and started conversations with me. At one point, he became outraged and aggressively charged towards me. His partner grabbed him. I became upset because I was threatened to be locked up. The harassment continued on August 22nd, 2023, while I was attending a peace walk with Mayor Wu, Commissioner Cox, and other community leaders, and other members. Jones threatened me again. After having a productive conversation with Commissioner Cox and Mayor Wu, Jones again approached me. As the walk ended, a prayer was taking place. I left. Obviously, I don't do prayers. I'm not into the religious stuff, so I left. As I walked away, I said, "Good night, Cox the sucker," because I referred to him as Cox the sucker, because that's what it is. Jones then replied, "Good night, Kool-Aid." Good night, Kool-Aid, as calling me sweet, calling me a faggot, calling me gay. Yes, I am bisexual, and I'm very proud of myself, and I'm not scared to talk about it. But a Boston police officer doesn't have a right to call me basically a faggot. But I took that with stride because I called him cocksucker. So I just came back and I said to him, oh, a new one. I'm pressed. Because I didn't get upset at him for that. However, after I said that, he turned around and he says to me, have you gotten your AIDS test? Have you gotten your AIDS test? As I started to respond, he came out, I'm sorry. I'm just going to summarize the letter because I can't focus anymore.
If you can just to conclude, Joe, that'd be great. We can move
Yes,
to the
I'll
next
do
folks.
that at the same time. I've looked up Jones's record. Jones should not be working with the public. He has continuously been reprimanded for this and suspended for these type of behaviors. The city council and many of you say, Joa, we need you to respond in a different way so we can get things done. And when I do, I get no response. I wrote this letter and I sent it over 2 weeks ago. Only one that responded to my letter was Tanya Anderson Fernandez from the council and Deputy Superintendent Nicole Grant are the only ones that responded out of 69 people that I sent it through in the city hall chambers and throughout this whole city. And no one has no answers. No one wants to do anything. This is a lawsuit. And I am not afraid to put a lawsuit against the city or Miss Queen Wu, because Michelle Wu has me on this list, and I am a target everywhere I go. I don't hate the police. I actually have a great relationship with a lot of these people in the department, and I think a lot of them do amazing work, and we need them. However, I don't think we should put more money into BRIC. We should put more money into getting more officers on the street that understand the community in which they work in which they're supposed to be taking care of and overseeing for our public safety. But when we have officers that are also being the perpetrators, but they are not being held accountable, because you have this thing called qualified immunity that allows people like Rachel Rollins and the police department to take advantage of us and keep abusing us and use their power to lock us up. And then you have Michelle Wu as a mayor who acts like she's so scared of being held accountable and acts cowardly and runs away. And then she has people on the council that will sit here and support her messed up actions. And I rest.
Thank you, Joe. Chair recognizes Joseph Leslie, who will be followed by, it looks like Kenneth, can't read the writing here. Kenneth Casley? Leslie? Kenneth Leslie? Joseph, welcome.
Kenneth left, yes.
You have the floor, Joe, if you can kind of keep it to 3 minutes, that'd be great.
Yes.
Welcome and name and affiliation for the record.
My name is Joseph Leslie. I'm from the Baker's house. Reverend Eugene Rivers sent me here. The mic. Reverend Eugene Rivers sent me here. I'm from the Baker's house.
Welcome.
Thank you. I never heard of BRIC before, and I have a bunch of kids trying to learn how to get better. Do you all have any training programs? Anything for the kids in the neighborhood? Interns? And how many residents or minorities of Dorchester, Roxbury, Mattapan work for you guys?
Through the chair, direct the question to me, Joe.
I
So
see
do you
this
have,
my first meeting.
how many questions do you have?
That's it, that one question.
Right.
How many residents from Dorchester, Roxbury, Mattapan work for BRIC?
So the question is that there's internships available at the BRIC, is that, and then if
No,
so,
jobs.
in general, jobs, how many jobs at the BRIC, and how many jobs at the BRIC, and of that, how many kids from Dorchester, Roxbury, Mattapan? That the question?
Yes.
Thank you.
You see, it's
Anybody?
I thought it was. I thought this was an analyst thing where you analyze stuff.
Please,
so
folks.
you guys don't have the numbers?
Folks, Joe.
They don't have the numbers?
Please, guys. So, Joseph, Leslie.
Yes. This is my first meeting, mine, so I'm
This is,
not used to this, but I'm just.
Nicole, maybe take a shot at it.
Certainly, thank you, Chairman Flaherty. So any jobs that are available in the BRIC would be posted on the department's website as any other jobs would, because the BRIC is an entity, as we've discussed, that falls within the department. And any employee of the department within the BRIC would also be subject to the city's residency requirements. So there are most likely employees in that division that are residing in those neighborhoods that were asked about. But as we've discussed earlier, we don't have that specific data with us here today. And if a request were to come in through the chair, we certainly would be happy to provide that.
Very good. Thank you, Nicole. Joe, you have the floor. You still have some time on the clock.
All right, I just want to know.
Yep.
Thank you.
Very good.
All right.
And were you traveling with?
Excuse me?
Were you traveling with another Leslie?
Yes, he had to pick up the kids, so.
No problem.
All right,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Malaysia Fuller Staten. Malaysia, welcome. State name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, my name is Malaysia Fuller Staten. I'm the public policy manager at the Boston Cyclists Union. I'm here in that capacity in some sense, but also in my capacity as a resident of Roxbury. I have been a community organizer officially since I was 17 years old. I first started my community organizing career at the Center for Teen Empowerment. In that time, their main focus was police community relations and youth jobs. So I actually feel that I have a very unique interaction as an organizer with really having had really deep and personal conversations with the police, most specifically the gang unit. And I think more than anything else in my life, it is that relationship with the police, those police community dialogues, that convinced me that police do not need to be funded any more than they already are. They should in fact be defunded. And furthermore, we should look at alternatives to policing entirely. I think for this specific conversation, I have to add, I think it's really interesting whose anecdotal experiences are considered valid and whose anecdotal experiences are not. Police are often allowed to say, despite the data, that crime is going up. And when community members say, hey, police are being racist and harassing us, that's unbelievable. Where's your data? But it's interesting to me. But anyway, I say this to say that a lot of my experience in police youth dialogues was really interesting. They would say to us, and I believe they were being honest, that they understood, but they just want to get home. They're afraid for their lives. They don't want to get hurt. So if they see somebody in a hoodie, if they see somebody walking, it could be anybody, right? But it's interesting because the argument is about community policing. So shouldn't it be that if you saw somebody 7 times in a hoodie, that same hoodie, they wear the same one every day, and you stop them every day, you would think, maybe next week you'd stop stopping them. You know that person, you FIO'd them already. They're not in a gang, they're not in criminal activity, they're walking home. So I have to question every motive that's offered here for continuing to fund this institution that is very evidently not made to protect at least the community that looks like me, the community I know. I wonder what community this is intended to protect, because it seems to me that every member of my community I know, every member of my community that's here with me today, is saying that this is not what's keeping us safe. And I don't have much more to say than that. Thank you for your time, and please vote correctly.
Thank you for your testimony, Malaysia. We're now going to shift to the Zoom testimony as we're queued up. I want to just report a letter from my colleague, City Councilor Kendra Lara. Dear Chair Flaherty, I'm regretful unable to attend today's hearing. when we look at the funding around BRIC, we need to ensure that there is a sense of transparency. Advocates have reached out to our offices with questions about operations at BRIC. I'd like to formally request the following data through the chair. Sincerely, Kendra Lara. So Ryan, I'll give you a list of data that if you could get it back to the chair so I can get it to my colleagues, that'd be great. And at this point, we have Mickey Metz. Mickey Metz, if you could state your name and affiliation for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Good afternoon, Mickey Metz. Can you hear us? Mickey Metz, can you hear us?
Okay. Yes, I have just gotten a signal to unmute. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. It's the City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty. Please state
Right.
your name and affiliation for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address the floor.
Thank you, Michael. My name is Mickey Metz. I'm a technologist living in Boston at this time, and I am affiliated with Agaric, a web technology collective. I've been educating people in Boston on privacy and surveillance for many, many years. And I'd like to just state, today is a strange day. Dumbledore is dead, and the relatively new magic of BRIC is now upon us. It's not new, but it's new to a lot of people. One of the people just speaking, Mr. Leslie, stated he had never heard of BRIC. Well, how ridiculous is that? Something that has so much control over his life and he's never heard of it. Well, in my long life, I've learned that poverty does equal death. This has been proven by studies like the one on mouse utopias by John Calhoun and the Pruitt-Igoe housing disaster in St. Louis, Missouri. It details the outcome of when services are removed and authority is put in place. People are left to their own devices and then labeled criminals. I echo the testimony of Alex Matthews and those that have spoken before me in opposition to the grants. I'm also a member of the Digital Fourth. And I'd like to add, I travel, and I've learned that Boston Police Department has a well-known history around the world of racial brutality, ignorance, low intellect, and territorial disputes, as well as nepotism, deeply ingrained. In my 50 years of empirical research is based on my leaving a truly comfortable life. I hitchhiked here to Boston in the 1970s from Westport, Connecticut, an idyllic town in Fairfield County with a residency of 14 billionaires. Police officers there were my friends, but little did I know, around the world they would not be. I purposely left with no assets to see what kind of a life I could build from nothing in a world-class city like Boston. I had read about poverty and how it breeds crime, yet I was not raised in poverty on the streets of a major city, so I have vastly different insight on how crime becomes a way of life for some residents and is facilitated by a way of implementing harsh policing policies in tandem with police violence and maintaining control of the levers, gears, and machinations of policing, couched in the definition of public safety and services. Who does not wish to be safe and secure in their own personhood? I don't know anyone. No one ever said that. I know that poverty equals death and leaves people vulnerable to receive penalties that were dictated by secret algorithms now in this age. The algorithms have always existed, but now they are coded into machines. Accountability has never been a major part and a component of Boston police operations. Reporting to the community has been a curious mixture of saying one thing and doing another. This is highlighted by the relationship between Boston police and far-right groups that are able to control the fear factor for citizens. I've heard countless stories of repression that are usually related to war survivors, yet they come from ordinary citizens of parts, I say parts, of Boston. Accountability in Boston Police Department is and always has been laughable at best from what I have seen in a worldview. The thick blue line of secrecy exists. Our city is not unique, and there are some like it around the world, but the majority of people have more control over their daily lives, but this is ending too. I see this curtain of silence is used as a method of targeting the poorest neighborhoods with surveillance and isolation techniques. Small things add up and create an atmosphere of unrest, so police may respond with violence and people cheer it on, people with property usually. The gang database is the glue that keeps the hierarchy of the BPD relevant and focused on Black and brown neighborhoods. BRIC is asking for multiple grants worth millions of dollars to further humiliate citizens by demoting their self-worth and to further harm people by fear of real police retaliation. What is built into BRIC that assures citizens of accountability and guardrails that are in place and laws around accessing personal data? I have seen nothing, and as I said, I am a technologist. I fly deeply into these areas.
Thank you, Mickey.
Can we use...
Mickey, if I could just ask you to kind of wind it down.
Yes, thank you. This is my last thing. Can we use BRIC to resources to look inward at officers with records and histories like Andy Creed and Steve Kemble, both supporters of white pride and white supremacy? And please vote to dismantle this legacy of brutality known as BRIC and support our citizens with much needed resources like housing and medical assistance. That will move us all towards a humane existence. I've been there, I've lived it. Thank you. We can get there.
Thank you, Mickey.
Thanks.
At this time, we recognize Malik El-Haj El-Shabazz. Malik, are you still with us? Malik El-Haj El-Shabazz. Malik, can you hear us? Malik, maybe unmute yourself. Malik. Last call for Malik El-Haj El-Shabazz. Yes. Malik, can you click, if you can hear me, can you click yes when promoted and prompted to do so? Off the list. Malik. We're going to give last call for Malik, and then we're going to shift to the next person on the list. All right, we're going to go to Ryan Black. Ryan Black. Looks like we're having technical difficulties with Malik. Can someone bring up Ryan Black? Malik, you need to unmute. Malik El-Haj El-Shabazz, you need to unmute. All right, this is Ryan Black. Malik, we'll come back to you. Ryan Black.
Hello, am I audible?
You got it. Ryan, you have the floor. This is Council Flaherty. Please state your name and affiliation for the record, and you have 3 minutes if you can kind of keep to 3 minutes, because we've others that have also been patiently waiting like you have.
Sure thing. Hello, my name is Ryan Black, pronouns he, him, his. I'm currently a resident of Somerville. I've also lived in Brookline, so both cities under BRIC's purview, and I organize with Boston DSA. I'm here to add my voice to the chorus of many others today, calling on you to reject this grant. It should be abundantly clear at this point that BRIC doesn't make Greater Boston safer. It doesn't make young people safer. It doesn't make black and brown people safer. It doesn't make our immigrant community safer, and it doesn't make any of us safer. Surveillance, violation of civil liberties, gang databases, harassment of activists, and racial discrimination from an unaccountable, not at all transparent agency is not what makes us safer, nor is even more money for such an agency a responsible use of public funds. And accordingly, BRIC isn't what we should be funneling more money towards. We know what makes people safer: truly affordable housing, well-funded schools, robust social services, mental health care. These and other efforts are what elected officials like yourself and Mayor Wu should be directing public dollars towards. So again, please vote to reject this grant. Thank you. I cede the rest of my time.
Very good. Thank you, Ryan, for your succinctness. Appreciate your testimony. We're going to try Malik one more time. Malik El-Haj El-Shabazz. And please unmute yourself, Malik. Malik is gone. Cade Crockford. Cade Crockford. Hi, Cade. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hi, Chair Flaherty. Good afternoon. Not running any.
Appreciate your patience. And obviously, I know you. Most of us here know you, but please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have the floor. If you can keep it to 3 minutes, that'd be great. Thank you,
Great,
Cade.
I'll do my best. Cade Crockford, Director of the Technology for Liberty program at the ACLU of Massachusetts. I live in Dorchester, where I'm currently sitting. So I've been following this hearing and obviously following these issues, as many of you know, for years. And I'm struck at this hearing by the number of people who have made very serious allegations about the Boston Police Department harassing people, investigating them, following them, keeping records about them, even in one case, apparently traveling out to the Western or the Midwest to harass someone because of their climate activism. A lot of allegations about Boston Police Department officials affiliated with the BRIC harassing people because of their First Amendment protected speech and activity. And I just wanted to focus on that and focus the council's attention on that because it's obviously extremely dangerous, particularly at a time when democracy, you know, core tenets of our democracy like voting rights are under threat in so many parts of the country. It's really important that we here in Boston not allow our democratically elected police force to behave in such a manner and to intimidate people for expressing their First Amendment rights. So I would encourage the council to do some due diligence and look into those claims. I was very troubled to hear a lot of that today, so I hope you were as well. I'll just say one more thing about that and about the BRIC, which is that for a long time, one of the main concerns that the ACLU has had about the BRIC, that other civil rights and civil liberties organizations have had, is that the BRIC has a privacy policy that I think is not named very well because it doesn't provide anybody really with any privacy rights. It is very clear in that the BRIC does not need a criminal predicate, which is to say a reason to believe that someone has been involved in criminal activity or will be involved in criminal activity before collecting or sharing information about them. That is very troubling. The Boston Police Department is charged with investigating crimes, not people's political views or their speech. And unfortunately, you know, the allegations that we've heard today are not surprising to me, given that the Boston Police Department's BRIC privacy policy explicitly allows for the collection and sharing of information that is not pertinent to actual criminal investigations. So again, that is linked to the gang database. So, you know, we're dealing with similar issues. I heard the new director of the BRIC say something about how people in the files, in the gang database files, are there because of allegations of criminal conduct. That's simply not the case. The Boston Police Department's gang database policy, Rule 335, does not require any gang-connected criminal activity before someone is labeled a gang member. You can read the policy. It's very clear that it does not require any evidence of gang-affiliated criminal activity. So I would just like to focus the council's attention on the broader issue here, which is that the BRIC, the Boston Police Department, has a number of policies and procedures in place, the gang database policy, Rule 335, the BRIC's privacy policy, that allow for the creation of intelligence records about people, even when those people are not suspected of criminal activity. And that's wrong from a public policy perspective. And as we've heard today, it is pretty deeply harmful. So that's all I'll say, and I appreciate the council's time and energy on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cade. That will conclude Zoom testimony, correct? And George, I see you up here. Do you wish to offer public testimony, as I'm going to conclude the public testimony portion? Very good. Good to see you, George. That'll conclude Zoom testimony. That'll conclude public testimony here. We revert back to council colleagues in order of their arrival. Chair recognizes City Council Route Seat, Louisiana.
Thank you, and I want to thank the members of the public who came and testified, and I want to underscore something that was said, like there are folks who are here who offer their testimony, and then there are those who aren't. And so it is incumbent upon us to try to get this information. I'm not here to just be a rubber stamp, but to really do the work and hold every department in this city accountable. I think Kate asked some questions that I just want to tease out a little bit. And again, the way this happened was we heard about the radioactive grant, but not necessarily the other grants, which I think are sort of what everyone really cares about more. So if we could I don't know if there's additional information you wanted to share, but no commitment of a crime is required to be placed on the gang database. So I feel like that's it should be pretty short, but.
Sorry, just want to make sure that's on. Okay. So to be entered in the
Ryan, that you can move, so pick it up.
Sorry, thank you.
Just no finding of that crime was committed.
So correct, no conviction
okay.
or anything like that would
all.
have to be. We have a reasonable suspicion.
Yep, and then for gang, it's not even required that you are engaging in gang-related criminal activity, right? To be placed on the gang database.
No, you would be participating in gang-related criminal activity in furtherance of the gang, which is a criminal organization.
But is that a requirement? It seems as though there's the breadth of Rule 335 allows for more than just gang-related criminal activity. So if it just is that, should we be refining what Rule 335 allows for?
My understanding of Rule 335 and how we operate the database is that individuals in the database, we have reasonable suspicion to believe that they are participating in gang-related criminal activity.
Oh, and that reasonable suspicion is based on the qualitative and quantitative information that you stated. Okay.
Correct.
One of the things, and I believe Councilor Arell talked about this, and the chair mentioned, or if it may have been someone testifying, that if this information is asked for, they'll give it. I think that Councilor Arell asked for it, and I'll ask for it again, sort of what is the composition of the BRIC between full-time staff, part-time staff, and demographics. I think there was a very good question that wasn't completely answered, but when someone, and it is not typical for public testimony for the public, whether it's should be or not, to ask questions, but I thought it was a good one. Are there folks from Mattapan, Dorchester, and Roxbury, which I thought was a really great question as someone from Mattapan and Roxbury, and we know the neighborhoods that where there's a lot of activity that's generally happening, and so those are some of them. The issue is that with the qualitative, inferences that you end up making, and it's not even a final determination of gang-related activity, the implicit bias that comes along with that, which allows for the database and the decision-making process to be riddled with errors. So what does the BRIC do specifically to guard against and to train yourselves on implicit bias, especially when the demographics of the BRIC, I believe, and you can correct me if I am wrong, are one of the least diverse departments within the police department?
So as far as the first question goes, our analysts receive at least 40 hours of analytical training and tradecraft training every year. That's sort of a requirement that we hold ourselves to. Generally, we're well above that for most of the analysts. We also participate in the numerous different sort of anti-bias trainings that the city puts on for all city employees, and we go above and beyond that, where we have an annual privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties training that we conduct here, and then we've also done external training, sought external training and funded that from other entities, legal entities, and things like that. In terms of sort of our training. So annual training requirements, I would also say we take a layered approach, so it's not just one person, so we sort of take a layered approach, as I said earlier. At least 2 people, generally it's significantly more people than that, have input when someone gets added to the database, and we have sort of an approval process, so there's multiple sort of checks along the way, and then additionally, as I mentioned earlier, we have a full-time privacy officer who's an attorney who works with us, who also helps us kind of make those decisions and provides input, provides her insight and input based on her specialty training as an attorney and specialized training that she goes through as the privacy officer. DHS and different entities offer various privacy training that she has to go through every single year as well.
And how long have you been offering those annual trainings?
We've been doing them annually since I started with the BRIC.
Which was when?
2012.
2012. Have there been any increase in trainings or has there been any responses in the department itself in response to court cases that have found the use of BRIC to be discriminatory?
So I would say the adjustments that we made to the rule starting in 2018 and then codified in 2021 were a response to a bunch of different insights we were and information we were kind of receiving, changes in the environment in the city, responses that we're hearing from community, a bunch of different reasons. I would say to directly sort of address the court case that you talked about, we believe that that information was provided. The judge in the case was basically ruling on the government's presentation of documentary evidence, that some of which contain database information, and no human testimony was provided in that case. And we believe that, as we do with all of our training to our officers, that whenever evidence is being presented, there needs to be sort of a backup of the human, based on their interactions with the individual, their training and experience. And we believe that had that been requested by the government in that case, they would have met a different outcome there.
Thank you. Can I request to the chair that we talked about Rule 335 being limited to gang-related criminal activity. Can we just get more information in writing regarding that interpretation from Rule 335 and how that works in practice? You talk about the reasonable suspicion. I don't actually, and this is maybe the legalese part, but I want to know what that means. Like, what is the what is the standard that you're using? And then I have a question about interactions between BRIC, ICE, and DHS. Specifically, when we talk about the automated license plate readers, ALPRs, I think, is that part of these grants?
No.
It's not, but is it part of the work of the BRIC using an ALPR?
So the BRIC does not run or maintain an ALPR system.
Okay.
Certainly, the department runs a system through our technology wing of the department, and then requests can be submitted to search that system as they could from any part of the department. Okay, so that if you could just generally speak to, I guess, the relationship between DHS, ICE specifically, that is a major concern, especially for a city that has so many immigrants, and work that we've done very proactively here in the city to try to be a barrier between those interactions. Certainly. So we strictly adhere to the Trust Act, both the original Trust Act and the amended version of the Trust Act. We go through annual training on its requirements and sort of what we can and can't do. In regards to the Trust Act, I would say that we work with on occasion, Homeland Security investigations, which is sort of the other side of ICE that deals with criminal, complex criminal investigations, sometimes transnational crime and things like that. We always require a criminal predicate when anyone requests something from us to give us the sort of reason why they're requesting.
Who are the people who can request from you?
And law enforcement entities, any law enforcement entity, I would say.
Probation departments?
Sure,
Attorney's
probation,
offices.
DA's offices, yep, exactly.
Okay.
Registry of motor
My sister was an
Yep,
assistant
occasionally.
district attorney, and I think that I remember this.
Yep, yeah, we work with the ADAs.
The ADAs
very
all the
frequently.
time.
Yep.
So can I ask?
I would say, Counselor, sorry, just
Yep.
real quick on the ICE
No, it's
question.
okay, sorry, there's a
So
lot of talking
We
happening.
have denied, I will say, I personally have denied requests from ICE within the past several years that I did not believe were in the spirit and would have violated the Trust Act. So we actively deny requests.
One thing, Council, too, there's been no reported issues of improper disclosure of the gang database since the amended Trust Act was passed.
And I actually really do commend the BPD for the work that they do to ensure that the Trust Act is maintained, and so that's something that I commend the BPD on, and on those reports and on that level of transparency. For me, that's the level of transparency that people are asking for when it comes to the brick. Like, it's not, we're not here to just, again, be rubber stamps. We want to know what's happening, especially when we have such rich information that the gang database and other parts of BRIC function in a way that should give us pause with respect to our civil liberties and our civil rights and Black and brown folks in this city. We speak about reasonable suspicion. I'm fast, but not so fast, and I look in Rule 335 and I don't see anything about that, right? And so I'm trying to do my due diligence, and so that's why I requested more information and I'm asking these questions. I think I have one last major question, which is with respect to abortions. How do we know that when we're sharing information with other police entities that we're not sharing information with states that could be potentially that are criminalizing abortion and access to abortion?
So I would say we would ask for the sort of reason for the request, and we would ensure that it meets our standards for criminal activity and things like that. And I would say certainly something like that would not meet that standard.
Have you seen anything? I know that Governor Baker issued some after the decision.
I'm not aware of any requests.
Has the BPD, it doesn't have to be BPD wide, but BRIC, is there a policy against giving that information if we, because it's a lot of this actually seems that it's very subjective, which depending on where your vantage point is, subjectivity can be a good thing, but oftentimes in institutions where there is like the great possibility for mistrust, it's not a great thing. So do we have a policy on?
I'm not aware of a specific policy on that particular issue, although I would say we would certainly refer to our privacy policy and the general department rules and procedures, and certainly, whatever the state has said as well. And we would seek additional legal guidance. That's why we have our full-time attorney dedicated to work with us on those issues, if those issues ever did come up.
Thank you. I have more questions, but I think I will submit them for the record. Mr. Chair, I will submit them to you, and hopefully we'll be able to get that. I want to just thank all of you for your time. It's incredibly important that we get this right and that we understand how this money is being used. This is not for the purpose of asking questions to take up anyone's time. I know you all would prefer to probably be someone else, but we have an obligation and a duty to do more than just wag our fingers and say, if you're doing this, that's bad, stop doing it. There's no reason to believe, we have no reason to believe that that's what would.
Counselor, we welcome all your questions, and
Yes.
we want to be transparent also. We want to be upfront and on board. So we value the questions that you asked us. Thank you.
Thank you. And that transparency, it requires information and it requires data sharing, because I don't have the trust just by saying, if I were to say to you, stop doing something, to believe that you'll stop doing it. A lot of these questions are rooted as a Black woman who grew up in Mattapan and Hyde Park. When I got a call 10 years ago, I will never forget it, from my younger cousin walking down Westmore Road, Wellington Hill Avenue in Mattapan, great kid, darker skin than me, on his way to school, braids in his hair, bubble jacket, dapping up his friend. And he said, every day I do this and the cops just stare at me and I don't know why, and it makes me feel so bad. We have an obligation. There's no reason why our kids, just by the virtue of where they live, right, which maybe you have a prevalence of violence and have a prevalence of gang-related activity that is related to structural poverty, they should feel like that They should feel that they're under suspicion, and I think that's what my questions, at least. I can't speak for my colleagues. That's what my questions are grounded in. It's grounded in making sure, how do we prevent that feeling if it's unnecessary and if it's over-identifying people who don't belong in a database? And I believe they're well-founded, and others have been asking these questions. And so that's, I think that this is the first of many conversations that we need to have. Again, I wish Isaac Yablo was here, because I think that is an important community voice to be here, who is part of the administration. But I just want to say thank you for indulging us, and thank you to members of the public for giving up their day to also be here and also hold us accountable.
Council, we just want to put it out there as well that anybody, we invite you to come up to the BRIC and we'll give you a full breakdown. We've done it for some of your other colleagues, so anytime we are an open door.
Can I ask, is that open door policy also for members of the public? Because I think
we have it's some sensitive material, so we'd have to be careful. We have to be careful on some things who come up there.
So is that no, members of the public don't have that same access?
There are things that are there, like we don't. I would be, and I'm the superintendent in charge of the BRIC, man. I would be kind of cautious in terms of, like we have to vet someone and stuff like that. We have no problem with the city council, anyone in government that works with us in partnership to come up there and transparent. But in terms of the public, that opens us up. So if I allow someone to come up, then another person wants to come, so we allowed him to come up. I think it does have sensitive material that's there. It's not in the open and stuff, but I would be cautious to do that, and I'm in charge of the BRIC. I would welcome anyone from the council, anyone in government that wants to work with us and stuff, and see how we are, because we want to be transparent. But in terms of allowing just Joe Citizen to come up to the BRIC, I think that it's a place where there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes and stuff like that I would feel more comfortable. And there's a lot of civilians that work there. It's a lot of civilians more than officers. I don't want to put anyone like in harm's way or something like that. That's my concern, man.
And I thank you. Community dialogue, community conversations, is that something that the BRIC has had, continues to have, open to happening with folks?
Yeah, and we'd like to do community policing in every community. That's something that we can do, and we can discuss like the BRIC does and stuff like that when we go into the communities. I think we'd be better served going into all the communities in the city and explaining them what we do and the resources that we have and how community policing benefits all our neighborhoods.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm specific about the BRIC, but I appreciate that. And just so you know, I've had conversations with police officers, everyone about, community leaders, advocates about these grants, because it's important to get those different perspectives. And so I hope that.
And don't get me wrong,
yes.
like the 12-point coalition, we have, if there's community leaders that represent their district and stuff, and you would want them to come, I would have no problem with that. We could set that up. I just don't want to open it up to the public where everyone thinks, they want to go there, and then the wrong person might go there.
And we'll come out to community meetings as well, which we have done in the past. Several of your colleagues have asked us to come out to explain, get our message out, which we'd be happy to do.
Thank you.
Great, Nicole.
If I may, through the chair, just also on the question of community engagement with the BRIC specifically, bringing us back to how the conversation started this morning with the commissioner and his community CompStat program, which is what the majority of this earmark funding will be utilized to support. And as he mentioned, we've piloted the program in 3 different communities so far, Mattapan, Dorchester, and Jamaica Plain. And what we hear consistently from the members that participated in those meetings is they want more. They want it to be consistent. They want to have that regular opportunity to engage not just with their district officers, but also representatives from the BRIC to better understand the work that they're doing every day on a very neighborhood-focused level. And if I may, I just want to share, because feedback is important, and I want to thank the individuals who have given that to us today, but I want to share some of the feedback we've gathered as a result of those specific meetings, where 96% of the respondents strongly or slightly agreed that the meeting helped them gain a better understanding of crime in their district. 88% of them strongly or slightly agreed that the meeting made them feel more confident in the services of the police. 68% of the respondents strongly or slightly agreed that the meeting made them feel safer in their own neighborhood. 86% of them strongly or slightly agreed that the meeting made them feel more comfortable when interacting with the police, and 89% of respondents strongly or slightly agreed that the meeting helped them gain a better understanding of how the police work to keep their specific neighborhood safe. So that is the initiative that we're talking in large part today that cannot operate without the data analytics provided by the BRIC, which doesn't currently have the necessary staffing in order to support a citywide, regular and continuing occurrence of the program. And so to the question of community engagement and interaction, that is exactly what we're trying to do more of so that we can help to educate and inform the residents of the city of the work that's being done by the BRIC and the Boston Police Department as a whole to keep the city safe.
Thank you, Nicole. And that obviously, my colleagues' questions had raised the point that for everyone's edification, it's an organization that doesn't toot its own horn, but might, in this instance, have to toot its own horn, right? But there's 13 members. 7 are brand new in their first term. One actually just started a week ago. Jerry, Louie, you guys have been always very accommodating to get folks up there. There's others, the more senior members here that have, this probably maybe our close to 7th or 8th, maybe even our 10th hearing with BRIC. And we've, obviously I as Chair of Public Safety been over there a number of times. So, but to that point, Jerry, keep inviting colleagues over there. We are in a representative government. The public, our constituents, they elect us to be engaged in this. That's why we have to fill the Gillette Stadium, right? If the public was going to take time out of their lives and away from their job to be in the chamber here, right? So that's what they elect us to do in a representative government. So we're here to ask those questions on their behalf to get those answers. And to that point, the community outreach, bringing over neighborhood community organizations, crime watch groups, things like that. So the more that people know about the work you do, the depth of the work, particularly the work with the victims of violent crime and their families and assisting them and helping solve those. So that's all very critical work that, again, you guys don't toot your own horn, for obvious reasons, but so just continue to make that outreach to the colleagues. Obviously, Isaac has been mentioned here a number of times throughout the hearing. You probably talk to him 10 times a day, but just let him know that councilors would like to hear from him, and that could be a phone call or an email, or maybe whenever early next week you can pop by and make a round to all of my colleagues' offices.
We'll let him know that.
Yeah,
I know he's at a conference. I thought he submitted a letter.
Yeah, and just for the record, he was invited by the chair and the committee. I believe he did send a letter of support, or was going to be sending a letter, and he did indicate that he would make himself available. But several of my colleagues have specifically asked for him. I knew you explained he was away. He's away at a very important conference. But if he could avail himself, early next week, Monday or Tuesday, to answer any questions, third party, that'd be great. And then, so as we're kind of winding down in order of arrival, Council President Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, are we going into final statements?
Yeah. If you have a final question of the BRIC or a statement, then we're going to close it up.
Yeah, I had one final question, and then I was going to give.
You have the floor.
I have a brief question, maybe to either the superintendent or the deputy superintendent. Can you explain what other cities across the United States are doing on their BRIC, on their intelligence gathering? Do they all have similar operations in their police departments, such as the BRIC?
It's for the most part, yeah. I mean, some few centers might do it a little different, but for the most part, the ones that we talk to, yeah.
We interact with information, like sharing that if it's something we've got information that might be going on in the city or somewhere else. We do have collaborations, but with other fusion centers.
It's almost necessary for major cities across the United States to have such a intelligence gathering operation.
Certainly every major city in the United States has a crime analysis, intelligence analysis component of it, certainly.
Thank you. And again, just want to say thank you to the panel for not just for being here, but for the important work that you're doing. Public safety is one of the most critical issues that impact any city. It's important that our police department have the necessary resources and personnel to keep our residents and visitors safe. Boston is also a city with many tourists and visitors coming from all over the world to our schools, hospitals, sporting events, It's too important not to have this for such an operation. Boston, again, it's an international city. Providing a safe environment for all is critical. These grants, this money, will ensure that the Boston Police are able to continue their important mission. Looking forward to supporting these dockets sometime soon, so that the Boston Police can get this money and do the important work that they're currently doing, providing safe and healthy neighborhoods across the city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, in order of arrival, the chair recognizes City Councilor Erin Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel for being here, answering your questions. I do want to say one of the first departments I visited when I got into office last year was the BRIC, so thank you for that. Lots of good information then, and more information that I learned today. Just one question, actually. You mentioned that Mattapan, Dorchester, and Jamaica Plain, like are those also the hotspot neighborhoods that we talk about? And are they connected to where the shot spotters are? Just quickly, if you could touch on that. Yeah, if you start talking, it will pick up. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Councilor Murphy, there's no connection between ShotSpotter locations and the locations identified for community CompStat. Knowing that we are going to be working our way through the entire city, the decision was made to start in Mattapan with Myrtle's group, who submitted a letter of support for the grant today, and then move us through to Dorchester. We also have 2 letters of support from the organizations that hosted us there, and then most recently in Jamaica Plain. The goal is to have these meetings citywide in every neighborhood for every resident to be able to participate.
That's good. And I'm not surprised that Myrtle Huggins, well, yeah, God gets her way. Gotta love her. No, and thank you. And a few questions, or a few times it was asked about where people live. I'm not sure where the 3 of you live, but I do know 2 of the 5 panelists live in my neighborhood in Dorchester, so I can say that for sure. Sorry, I don't know where the other 3 live, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Chair recognizes City Councilor Julie Mejia.
Thank you, Chair. Really do appreciate the opportunity to be with everyone here this afternoon, and I want to just uplift and thank those who brought their stories into the space, because I think you have to have the full picture, especially as a legislator, to really understand everything that is at play. And I think what has happened and what I have observed in my last 3.5 years here on the council is that there is a very divisive narrative, right? And people automatically assume and believe that we are anti-police, right? Or that we don't care about the safety of our communities. But I'm here to say that I very, very much do. I have family that are in the law enforcement. I have good friends that I talk to regularly around some of the things that are happening in this city. And so this narrative and painting us as anti-police, I just wanted to defute that. Because people latch on to those sort of things when we are not ready to support certain initiatives that we have questions about. Right? As a woman of color, I'm even afraid to drive in the city of Boston. I am. We do not feel safe. And when we're thinking about public safety, there are a number of different layers of safety. Right? We don't feel safe when our loved ones are murdered and their homicides go unsolved. We don't believe that we can trust a system that repeatedly preys on us. And so you have to understand the tension that exists here in the city of Boston as it relates to this particular conversation. And I think it's really important for us as the adults in this space to not dismiss the trauma that we heard here this afternoon. That is real. And so as a legislator, as a policymaker, and as someone who is citywide, I have to make sure that I'm able to hold space for everyone. Okay? And so it is my responsibility to lead in that manner. And I think it's really important for us to recognize, and I have the receipts to prove it, that since I've been here on this council, I've asked every single person when it came to this particular gang database, how do you define reasonable suspicion? How?
So, Councilor, reasonable suspicion is defined based on whether a reasonable person who is presented with the facts of the case and the behaviors being observed or reported on to us would reasonably believe that the person, was engaged in criminal activity on behalf of the organization.
And who is the person making those decisions? Which is another question that I asked since I stepped foot into this council about the diversity and the makeup of the people who occupy space in BRIC. And time and time and time again, even public testimony wants to know, who are the people working in that space that reflect the diversity of those that they're policing? And yet, that answer still goes unknown.
Councilor, I would say my answer is highly trained professionals who receive constant ongoing training, are highly educated, and are under strict supervision, and we have multiple layers of that supervision that are making those decisions.
Yeah, and so which is the reason why I, not too long ago, filed a hearing order so we can look at the ranks and how people of color in particular move up those ranks. Because you can't protect and serve people who sometimes you can, but there is a belief that you do not love us out in these streets. And so that is why I think some people feel uncomfortable with releasing millions of dollars to then what would feel like being weaponized. And I think it's really important for us to just lean into that just a little bit more, because I think it would be irresponsible of us to dole out $4 million when there's still so much untreated trauma here in the city of Boston when it comes to over-surveilling people of color. And so I think that conversation needs to be a part of this deliberation. We can't just give up $4.4 million when people still do not feel repaired, when we have yet to repair the harm that has been caused. And I think that needs to be part of this conversation, because restorative justice is real. And I think that for me, I'm also curious, and I would love to see, I'm gonna read a tweet that our now Mayor Wu wrote in June 2nd, 2020. She goes, "I commit to fighting for Black families, rejecting mass brutalization, incarceration, surveillance of communities of color. I commit to using my power, platform, and privilege to confront racism and violence in all forms. Hold me accountable. Let's stand together." Now is the moment for us to stand together, right, and get this right. And I'm not saying I do not support and appreciate your work, because I do. What I'm saying, in order for people to feel whole, we need to make sure that we move in a way that everyone feels seen and affirmed. Otherwise, we're doing business as usual. And so I'm going to urge us, right, to seize this moment, not for political interest or political setups or political shenanigans, but to really seize this moment and say, how are we in the city of Boston going to really embrace the reality that many of us do not trust a white supremacist ideology, and many of us do not believe that BRIC is operating with the best intentions of Black and brown and Muslims and people of diverse experiences. We do not have that data that affirms us, that makes us believe that you do have our best interests in mind. And this is not about an anti-police situation. This is about people's civil liberties. This is about people feeling safe in their own neighborhoods. This is about a different conversation, and while many people might want to hijack it and take it to another level, I want to remain right here, right now. This is the uncomfortable conversation that we need to have in the city of Boston in terms of leadership and in terms of what the political climate is calling for. And you talked about somebody here about political courage. It takes political courage to speak truth to power, all power. And I see myself here, right? You know how courageous I am to speak my truth in a space where I was never really intended to be in, but I still do, even when my voice quivers. Do you know how hard it is for me to show up? And I still do, despite knowing that no one wants me here. That is me working through my own stuff, because people deserve a right and a voice. And I bring that voice into this chamber whether people want to hear it or not. But I really need you all to understand that this is not us versus you, okay? This is about us getting it right. And if we can just pause for a second and recognize the trauma that we have heard here and say, do we really need to move forward? And if we do move forward, how can we move forward? And Cruz, that's why I'm so happy you're the superintendent. That I am so happy that you're the top dog in that space. You know how comforting it is for a Latina to see you in that space? That is comforting. But in addition to that comfort, let's take those millions of dollars that we have and start repairing the harm. Let's use that money to build relationships. It doesn't have to be one or the other. We can find space for both, but we can't do it in a way that disregards the other side, which is what we did the first time, according to my colleagues here, and now we're doing it this time because we don't have a community panel to speak their truth. We don't have the opposite side dropping their data. So we're not ready to move forward with a vote because we haven't had a robust conversation. And so for me, I don't feel comfortable or safe voting on something like this when we have not yet unpacked it. And I would ask, with subpoena power, to ask Michelle Wu, our mayor, to come to the chamber and help me understand how she sat here next to me and now is changing it up. So I'd love to hear from her, because if she can convince me as to why we're doing this right now, then she might be able to provide me some clarity on the record. Because if you want me to switch it up, you're gonna have to explain it to me. Otherwise, I'm not going there. I'm not. And I'm being honest. I'm being completely honest. And you know what the great thing about leading without fear is that I don't need this job to do the work. And that gives me great comfort, because I know people are being publicly lynched here in the city of Boston because they have a voice. But I have a responsibility to use this voice in this chamber because that's why they put me here. And so I will continue to use my voice, whether people want to hear me or not. And I'm not saying anything other than that. We need restorative justice. We need to have a different conversation. And we need more people of color in positions of power in this conversation. And right now, Cruz is the only one here and has not said much to begin with.
I'm a soft speaker.
What is it?
I said, I value your input, ma'am, and I will get back to you. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, but I just want to note for the record, right, is that the reason why we're having these conversations is because Boston is at a crossroads. Okay? And for people who have grown up here and have seen a transition, we're at a crossroad. And I think what people do is they want to destroy what they fear. And the fact of the matter is that change is here. We have superintendents that are of color. We have people who have lived realities that are leading, and that scares a lot of people. But that's okay. But what we're not going to do is give up $4.4 million without having a real conversation about the unintended consequences that it will continue to have on Black and brown people who have already feel like they have been disregarded and disrespected. And so there is a question there.
Thank you.
And the question is, given my dissertation, because that was a bit long.
That wasn't the question?
No, that was not a question. That was just me. Because I waited a long time, Flaherty. I got my question now.
Louis,
So,
you didn't tell her we were cousins, that you're half Irish? We didn't get into that yet?
How's the crack?
Is he there? Go ahead, Council Mejia, and respectful of Councilor Worrell's time, and we were supposed to have a hard stop at 1:30. We're 20 minutes over. So I know there was a political speech, but go ahead. You got the floor.
Yeah, it was. It was actually, you know what, the beautiful thing is that I never speak in speeches. I always just speak from my heart. So if that sounds like a speech, so be it. The thing is that I'm God-driven. So let's talk about reforms. You've heard from a lot of folks in terms of like getting rid of names is not going to change anything. What would you say? Haven't heard everyone that spoke here today. What would reform look like, and what changes would BRIC be willing to make to meet people halfway?
All right, let's table this and we'll talk later. We're not here to discuss our budget this week. I'm gonna table.
If I may, Councilor Mejia, thank you. And also, I'll just note, as a woman of Latina descent, as the daughter of 2 immigrants from South America, I appreciate your sentiments, and I appreciate your constant calls for increased diversity and representation of the people we serve, and I thank you for that and for your advocacy. We talked a lot early on today about changes that the BRIC has made going back to 2019 and codified in the recent rule changes in 2021. We also heard from the commissioner this morning that we are living in a constantly changing threat environment, that we constantly have to adapt and evolve to meet the needs of this community. That is a commitment that we have not just within the BRIC, but department-wide. We heard a lot from the community today. We heard a lot from the members of this body, and thank you. It's been 2 fairly long days for just about all of us here. I think that it's important that we take that information back and we truly consider everything that we've heard, and we continue this dialogue in a meaningful way so that we can continue to educate and inform not just ourselves, but the residents of the city. Because I think the way that we build trust is we continue to communicate, we continue to educate, and we make sure that when people are making determinations or making assessments of the services they're receiving in the city, it's based on accurate, true data and not misunderstanding or misperception. And how we get there is dialogue and collaboration. And so I invite anybody, as has been done from this body, not just to visit the BRIC, but to call myself or call the commissioner's office so that we can continue to engage in a meaningful way and not just rely on these dockets and these hearings to have the conversations.
So I'll just say to that I have a pretty big platform on my little social media, and I would be more than happy to utilize that platform to create an opportunity for some one-on-ones, right? We could do an Instagram live, we could talk, we can't bring them into the space, but maybe we could have a conversation, because I think what happens on both sides of this conversation is that we're not talking to each other, we're talking about one another, which is what we're really good at here in the city of Boston. So I think if we have an opportunity to break down some of those barriers, we can begin there, right? And I think that that is the type of level of collaboration that I'd like to see more of, right? Because it can't continue to be the way we've been operating. It's just like, no wonder we are where we are right now. So I'm encouraged, and Lisa, ¿tú hablas español también?
Sí, señora, fue mi primer idioma cuando era chiquita.
Pues tú lo escondes muy bien. Yo no sabía que tú tenías ese spicy ahí, pero está bien,
No
está bueno.
hablamos, por eso es que no hablamos, pero ya vamos a hablar.
Sí, so, do you see, guys? I hope those who are paying attention, like this is what relationship building looks like, right? And I don't think that we have really done a good job on the council in doing that. And so I think more of this needs to happen, and this shouldn't be happening in a chamber like this, right? And I'm encouraged by that. And so the last thing that I'm going to say to that I want to uplift and I want to ask the chair to consider is that I think, I'm not sure what your intentions are, but I feel like for me, I don't think we're ready for bringing this up for a vote. I really do believe we need to have a second hearing, at the very least create space for folks who weren't here. You know, I think about the black male advancement. I think about the work that we have done with that particular department in terms of black men. This is an issue that it's going to impact a lot of people. So I don't think that we financially are going to be responsible if we just like plow over them without creating space for some of these other departments to engage with us in this dialogue. So I am going to advocate fiercely, because you know I do, that we have a few more sessions before we bring this up to a vote, because I don't feel like all voices have been heard. And I also think that we would benefit from having an audit. And I think that there are a lot of questions that have been asked by community and my council colleagues here in terms of just some data that we don't have yet. So I don't think that we are in a good position to bring this up for a vote. I would encourage us to pause and host another hearing or even a working session if we wanted to, because I just don't feel like we're there yet.
I'll take that under advisement. Appreciate your opinion. They've been waiting since 2020. But thank you. You guys, great to make a connection there. She likes you now, which is actually a good sign. But it works on both sides too, right? So it needs to be a two-way street. Chair recognizes Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the panel. And also thank you to the public who testified and had the courage to come up here and stand up and speak their truth. I have a few questions. One of the questions, sorry, I'm just gathering myself. The grant. Hear from community members all the time. They want more code 19s. They want more walk and talks. How much of that does this grant fund?
So what I would say is that we believe that the grant will allow us to reduce overtime expenditures that we're currently using to staff cover shifts in the real-time crime center.
Can you give me a quantity? Like a quantity of how many code 19s and walk and talks this grant will fund?
This funding won't directly go to any additional, like directly to any additional code 19s. I would say these analysts will help to inform sort of where those code 19s might take place based on criminal activity trends and things like that. And then
is that currently happening now?
Sure, certainly, yeah. I think we'll be able to enhance our ability to do that. But yeah,
right.
Certainly we work with all the district captains and everyone.
The other question that I hear
is Brian, through the chair, just to clarify for the viewing public what a code 19 is.
I'll have the police department clarify what the code 19 is.
Code 19 is pretty much a walk and talk where an officer might go on a code 19, get out of his car and walk around that either business district or neighborhood.
Right. And that's what I hear from my community often, is they want more walk and talks, they want more code 19s. And my understanding, based on what you just said, this doesn't cover any of that, right?
I would say, Counselor, I think
quantity amount. The quantity amount is none, right? This grant does not go to.
But we can identify. We can identify the spots that need the walking beats.
Right. No, I understand to identify the part,
Yeah,
but
so
what I'm asking you is, how many walking beats are we getting out of the grant?
Council, just to give you the brick. We are not uniform that go out and do code 19 specifically.
Right.
And this money is coming to us. So specifically the brick doing a code 19 is,
right. So the answer is 0, right?
If I may, Councilor Worrell, too, just to clarify, it's an earmark from the state that they designated with a very specific purpose, so we don't have a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, I just want to make clear for the public, right? Because sometimes information in civics, is misrepresented. So I just want to make sure that we're making it clear for the public that this does not fund any walk and talks or code 19s. So I just want to make clear for the public and everyone else that's tuning in, because I understand. I just want to make sure that they're hearing it from, the people receiving the grant as well, that this does not fund any walk and talks and code 19s.
It would, however, fund support for the community CompStat program, which will be in the neighborhoods in a more concentrated way with both uniformed and plainclothes officers.
Yep. And then how many cameras does this fund?
So the anticipated use for the funds is 5 years worth of civilian personnel to support both the Real-Time Crime Center and the
Right.
Community CompStat program.
So
That-
if you give me a number.
No.
0?
It's not currently planned use
Okay.
for cameras.
All right. I just want to make sure that we're making answers clear for the community as well on what this actually funds. My other question is, sorry, got notes in a few places. How many criminal investigations have ICE presented to the BPD or the BRIC in order to get access to their information?
How many criminal investigations?
Right.
I don't have a
This
number.
year, sorry.
So HSI is the part of Homeland Security that engages in criminal investigations. ICE is sort of enforcement and removal for immigration-related things.
Okay.
So I would say we've denied, I don't know, a handful or so, I would say, of sort of civil immigration enforcement queries for data or things like that so far this year from ICE.
All right. And how many of them, have they presented that you actually gave access?
Oh, none.
None. So every criminal investigation that ICE has provided, you guys have denied?
So every request that was pertaining to civil immigration enforcement, we have denied,
You
yes.
said civil?
Correct.
I'm asking criminal.
So criminal matters are handled by Homeland Security Investigations.
Okay.
Wing is a different entity. I don't have a count off the top of my head, but we could certainly get that from our records.
All right. And how
It
many?
would not be a large number, I would say.
Awesome. And then for juveniles, what's the age of the youngest person on the gang database?
Hang on one second. Sorry. I believe it's 16, but I'd have to confirm.
16 years old?
Yeah.
Is the youngest person on the gang database?
I believe so. We can confirm that for you.
Okay, so I'm gonna put that down. And
Oh, here we go. Okay.
and this is just a question from my understanding is, and I was just doing some research and then I saw that the BRIC uploads their data to a data system called, is it CopLink?
That's not correct.
That's not correct? Okay, all right. I won't go down that question then. And then, how many gangs do we have in Boston?
There are currently 85 groups in the gang database.
85 groups?
Mhm.
Awesome. All right. Those are all my questions, but just hearing some of my colleagues, or most of my colleagues speak, one thing that we've all acknowledged, love to see diversity, inside of BRIC. We also would love to see, the BRIC makeup, be people that live in our neighborhood. And we also acknowledge, the racial disparities in the systems, right? And it's our power, right? Anything that we do in our power to fix those systems to stop harm from our Black and brown community. So I don't want, just to, feel like it's adversarial or confrontational, but it's us trying to fix those systems, so that we're decreasing the harm that it has in our community. Because we all know, it takes every city department to increase the quality of life here in Boston, and we want to work in partnership with you. I understand the importance, the role that the Boston Police Department has in our community, and don't want to make this take away from how you guys view that, right? We just are evaluating your systems to see how efficiently and effective they are. And with that said, Chair, it's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. And just for disclosure as well, Superintendent Cologne, Felipe Pito Cologne was here yesterday and sat through a big part of the hearing, but obviously very much wanted to be here and as well and talk about the role that BRIC plays with his homicide unit. He can't say enough things about that sort of partnership and how it helps him and his unit do the job, which is to solve homicides and particularly bring that justice back to those that have lost a loved one to senseless violence. So, as our colleague had mentioned, in terms of meeting the moment, in terms of addressing gang violence and hate crimes and terror threats and even missing persons, there's tremendous value in what the BRIC does for the city of Boston. And it's really going to be the two-way street, transparency, the communication, tooting your own horn, I guess, on occasion so that folks know that you're over there and what you're doing. Again, as I referenced earlier, this isn't the first hearing BRIC before the Boston City Council. I count them probably on two hands, and that's given my tenure and given the fact that there's a lot of members that are new here. The onus is, it's on both folks, but you guys in particular to do the outreach to individual district and at-large colleagues, invite them over there. They might be able to bring groups or crime watch groups or neighborhood associations over there as part of a tour, if you will. But
I think that's something I want, we want to be transparent, and we also want to work with the city council. We're city employees. We work for all of you and work for all the citizens of this great city. We want to be transparent in that aspect. So if you want to come, we welcome you. If you want to, sit down, we can talk. We try to collaborate on things. We have an open door policy for all of you. Thank you.
And a safe city is an important piece of this thing. If we don't have law and order, we don't have safety.
And we have to serve, and we have to serve all our communities. We understand that.
And speaking as an at-large city councilor in all 22 wards, and everyone that lives here in the city of Boston, works here in the city of Boston, is a constituent, and someone we take a lot of pride in building those relationships. And I often talk about Boston's success stories are a result of partnership. So our hope is continued partnership, continued dialogue, continued transparency, sharing of data, and not everyone's perfect. This is not a perfect city council, as you've been reading. Clearly, BRIC is not perfect, but have made improvements, as we've heard today. But there's also some of those past mistakes that we heard from today as well. So it's learning, working together, growing, not casting aspersions. If there's a hiccup, we need to find a way to get it back on track. Less finger pointing and more sort of collaborating, I think, will be helpful. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing, which is a safe city. We want to end violent crime. We want to end gang violence. We want to end terror threats. We want to end hate and supremacy. We also recognize missing persons, folks with Alzheimer's that wander off. You guys are able to reunite that person. A small child wanders off. You guys are able to. So there's other things that happen on a day-to-day basis that don't necessarily get recognized in all this. And what these grants are doing, unfortunately, there's been a holdup dating back to 2020. We got 2020, 2021, 2022, and now the new one is the data analysts. It's the people, it's the civilian piece of this thing that is, and this holdback is hampering it. So looking forward to dialogue with my colleagues and putting forward a committee report, preferably for next Wednesday. And the ask of this body is to answer the questions that were submitted and or were asked of you, to turn those back to the chair as quickly as possible before next Wednesday. And then also to reiterate, just to see if we can make Isaac Yablo available to colleagues, whether that's door-to-door or that's phone or email. But he also is going to be submitting written testimony. He was invited. He's got a conference that he's attending. So I think he would add tremendous value, third party, if you will, to maybe get some confidence of some of my colleagues. So that said, very informative hearing, per usual. Appreciate the work that you all do, as well as the commissioner. I have to note, I mean, just for him to be here for as long as he was yesterday, and for him to be adamant that he wanted to be here today, one, that speaks to the respect that he has for the city council, but also how how important he feels that BRIC is to his job, obviously, as commissioner, and also to the neighboring and partnering departments and organizations on behalf of the administration. So wish you all a very happy, healthy, and safe weekend. Let's hope it stays safe, and good to see everybody. And with respect to all of these dockets, docket 1376, 1476, 1477, 1478, the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.